Hello, everybody. I just finished my 5-minute devotional for Christmas Eve that I wanted to share with everyone. I'm trying to start a second video, and I am going to put in the link if anybody wants to come up and join me, talk to me. Love it, love it, love it. Hello, everybody. I am going to speak to you for just a moment about the Christmas holiday. I want to know what it means to you. I want you to share with me some of your traditions. Oh, I love hearing about that. I just put the link up there to come on board and be a part of the conversation. Are you guys preparing like tons of food? Hey, mommy! Speaking of food, I am going to order some lunch. Mommy! Hello? Maybe we can get it delivered today. I don't know. Ugh, can we get a hairball? Oh. Hello? Hello, hello, hello. I got my beard finally cut down. Oh, it's left my, see that rash there? That's what happens when it kind of tears off. Ow, 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 ow. Right as I was finishing, I saw Nick P. Nick, if you're there, come on. I saw Nick P. pop in, but I was finishing up that other one. That other one, I just wanted to get people's mind into a mindset of giving and of selflessness. So easy this time of year to get gifts, but it's hard for some people to give gifts. It's a biblical principle, really, giving it out, giving whatever. Give to the poor, give to those in need. When I was a child, I remember every Christmas, my father would drive around and we would be delivering turkey, huge turkey, with all the fixings. We do that the week before Thanksgiving. And then on Christmas Day, we'd go around, Christmas Eve, we'd go around with a great big ham. You remember the canned hams? Yeah, they weren't that good. But nevertheless, the people in our town, some of them were very poor. I mean, actually poor. Not, sitting around being silly. They were poor. They worked. They loved to work. They loved to make a living for their family, but they couldn't make enough to make a living. And my mother and father taught all of us children how to watch out for people like that, to be able to identify the people who were hurting, the people who were kind of suppressed in the economy of that day. Now you got to remember, this was in the early 70s. There wasn't all the programs that are in place now. There was still the Salvation Army was back then. We always gave generously to the Salvation Army. Still do. We give to United Way. Well, no, we did. Mommy and I did. But when I was a kid, my dad did. We gave to muscular dystrophy, multiple sclerosis. We gave to cancer. Back then, cancer was all just lumped into one big bag. You know, cancer, lung cancer, throat cancer, breast cancer, colorectal cancer. All the cancers were considered cancer. So I'm going to have to call this wife of mine because she does not seem to be answering my text message. Who else on here? Come on up. I got the link right there in the chat. You want to come up? Hello. I sent you a text. Do we want to order lunch? Well, you know, like a can of something, or oh, you got sushi? Okay, well, bring that in here. I'll eat that. My friends are on here with me already. Love. I won't show you. Bye. Sushi is a coming. Who do we have on here? This is Icy River. Icy River. Icy River. Merry Christmas to you, Icy River. Merry Christmas. I don't think I know you, but, or do I? Tell me if I know you. And tell me where we met and when we met. Nevertheless, thank you for coming. It's very good to have you. We have friends all over. There is Amethyst. I do know who that is. That is Amy. Amy something from somewhere. I don't remember all the details, but I do remember Amy because her birthstone, her amethyst, that's my birthstone. Kind of keep track of that, you know. Yes. Remember me, Papa Mozo. Okay. Hi. Merry Christmas, Papa Mozo. Land Cloud Adventures. Merry Christmas to you. Let me highlight this. So I gotta get through these. Okay. Okay, bear with me just a moment, folks. I gotta get a hold of. Plump was supposed to be here. I'm gonna get a hold of him. Let's see. Whoop. What's this say? Cruising scene. Hello, Merry Christmas. Cruising scene. Welcome and Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Oh, guess who that voice belongs to? My beautiful mommy.
Not your mommy. I'm your
And
wife.
not my mommy. But I never, you know, what did you call your mother? What did you guys call your mother? Can you moderate me, Papa Mozo? That is why I'm looking for my friend. That's why I'm looking for my friend. I don't even know how to do all that. Let's see who got cruising scene. Cruising, where are you? I forget. Oh, also, I want to know, what did you call your mother? I called my mother, Mother. For some reason, I was her only child. I was the youngest by about 10 years. My sister's like 10 years older than I was. But I always called Mother, I'm home. Mother, I'm going to whatever. It's always Mother. And here's another good friend of ours. He's a friend to this channel, and he is a friend of Mommy and mine. And that is none other than the wonderful Dewey Ski.
Hello.
Welcome, Dewey. We are so glad to have you. And it's 5 weeks from today, if my math is correct. 5 weeks from today that we're flying into Orlando. And then 5 weeks from tomorrow, Mr. Dewey, we're going to be getting on a ship that is magical. I hope so. Fort Worth, oh, yes, Fort Worth, Texas. Okay. Okay. I think I was talking to you the other day, right? Boy, it pays to have a brain. I really, really need one. I just moved from Fort Worth. Oh, okay. Well, okay, so Amy, do you know cruising scene? Are you two friends or husband and wife or just YouTube friends, whatever? I'm looking so forward to our cruise together. Hey, Dewey, guess what? We are too. We are looking forward to spending some quality time. Um, I pretty much haul out by the pool. Mommy is a little more physically fit than I am, and she'll probably walk around the track or something like that. There are 4 days at sea, so you will need to occupy yourself doing something, but I don't really mind those days at sea. In fact, I like them. This is Sharon. Oh, okay, Sharon. Okay. Mm-hmm. Dewey, you may be right. Mommy Mozo likes her spa time. And when mommy's happy, everyone's happy. Mommy, can you bring me a soda out of my fridge? Mine keeps them colder. Oh, you know what? A Mountain Dew. A Mountain Dew, Mommy.
Okay. You tell them we're doing nothing today. We're going nowhere.
Yep, we're the pirates who don't do anything.
Pirates who don't do anything.
We just stay at home and lay around. Oh, I better not sing.
Those lazy days.
Y'all talking about the cruise in October. I'll be on that one. Okay. Maybe I knew that and maybe I didn't. That's the one leaving on October 15th and going through the 23rd. Now, there is my dear friend, and that is Dewey Ski.
Merry Christmas, Papa. Merry Christmas, Mama.
Merry Christmas, buddy. We're so excited. Looking forward to a new and better 2022.
I sure hope so. 2021 sure wasn't the best, but we sure made it as good as we could.
We did the best we could, didn't we, pal?
You bet.
Yeah, we did.
It's going to be a busy year for me.
Hey, now when's your big cruise?
December of 23.
The end of 23, and so 2 years from now.
Yep.
Holy cow!
It'll take off December 10th and return the following September 10th.
Oh, you have no idea how much I would love to go with. Oh my gosh! But it just
I still can't grasp the scope of how big that trip is, because I thought, well, that's not much different than how much I cruise in a year. I added up all my cruises for 22. It's only like 140 some days.
Yeah, but Dewey, you and I both know there will never be anything like this in your life. This will be the greatest vacation of your life.
That's why I couldn't pass it up. It hit. I've been looking at world cruises for 24 as my birthday present to myself for when I turned 65. And all of them were nice, but they just didn't hit enough of the right spots. And this one hit like so much of my dumpster list that I can go back down to a bucket list by the time I'm done.
Hey, everybody, we got our friend from Powell River up in Vancouver, Canada.
We're up in 100 Mile House right now. We're lots of snow here.
Lots of snow. I saw on your Facebook page. I was looking at some of the pictures. Oh my God.
Sorry, I'm getting up. I want to show you the snow outside. And I can't talk too loud. My mother-in-law and wife's upstairs meditating. Hold on. You gotta check out this snow. Hold on.
Now, see, I'm missing the snow so bad because we have none.
Oh, tons of snow.
Isn't it?
Tons of snow. Hold on. I know. Oh, do you see it?
It does look nice when it's somewhere else.
You know what, Dewey? I don't like snow generally. But it is nice to get away for like a white Christmas once in a while.
Yeah, this time of year is the only time I really miss it because I'm like you. I like the white Christmas. We don't have any snow. I'm back in Illinois here for Christmas.
Oh,
but
okay.
there's no snow here. Then
No snow here.
temperatures are quite pleasant actually. So yeah,
Wow.
we could have a whole lot worse. And
Yeah, it's supposed to be 43 here today.
and I heard some people were going to have like temperatures in the 70s for Christmas, and it's like, you know,
Right.
that's like what I should be having in Florida, not up this way.
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you what the temperature is here. Give me 1 sec. It's loading. It's cold here, just so you know.
Let me get the thing off the screen.
Gonna do this. Back to Fahrenheit.
Land Cloud Adventure saying hi to Dewey and Larry.
So it's
Hey, how you doing, Nate?
hi Nate.
Amy,
Yeah, we're supposed
feels
to be
like-
up to 62 today and 61 tomorrow
where?
here in central Illinois.
Wow.
Uh-oh. How do I get back to you? Hold on a sec. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. It is -11 here.
Oh, wow.
Negative 11 Fahrenheit.
No.
Well, hopefully you got a nice warm fireplace in there to cuddle up with.
Actually, I don't do the heat. I actually prefer the cold, and I'm actually in the basement right now with a, what do you call it? I don't know what they're called, but it throws off cool air as well. Air exchange thingy.
Amy says it's 71 here right now. That ain't bad for winter.
Where,
That's one
what is
thing
it where you
that
are,
I-
Papa?
when you're viewing the Christmas lights in Florida, it just doesn't feel seasonal when you're wearing shorts and sweating.
No. No, I like to see snow. I love to see snow on the evergreens, especially the evergreens up high, you know, in the north woods.
I've gotten. Oh, you guys frozen up?
No, you are.
I'm not sure if I'm frozen. I'm looking okay, but we'll see what happens here.
Oh, you're back now. You're good now, Dewey. We've
Are
been
you?
driving for the last 2 days actually. I wanted to tell the story of our drive up here, Papa, if I could. So we had to take, basically have to go into Vancouver and then go back up north on another highway, which goes through Whistler. Everybody's heard of Whistler's, the world famous ski hill resorts in Canada. Anyway, so we had to drive back up through there. Once we get close to Whistler, that's when it got snowy. And then there's a town called Pemberton past Whistler where we had to spend the night because it's like a 9-hour drive, but it's a very long, tough drive and dangerous drive. So we spent the night in a hotel. So yesterday morning we went to go, and you have to go up these switchbacks, and twice we tried to get up the hill and we couldn't. The car kept sliding backwards. It wouldn't catch no grip or nothing. And we're talking mountainous, like crazy, snowy, icy places. So we ended up having to go back to Whistler. We had to put 4 new tires with studs on them, which was well over $1,000.
Oh my God.
But very thankfully that once we did that, we managed to get through this very dangerous, it was about a 3-hour drive through this route that's very mountainous and lots of switchbacks, and I get video of it. It's really, it's breathtaking. But we finally made it here last night at 6:30. But when we left, it was probably in Fahrenheit, probably 36 degrees.
I'm originally from Connecticut and don't miss the snow. Well,
A lot of people say that, and I'm the same way.
I used to love snow and cold and everything, but as I've gotten older and a few years back, my wife slipped on the ice and broke her leg, and that was such a miserable winter that we both kind of just automatically stopped liking snow and cold about that time.
right. That's a good emphasis.
And I actually, I decided to stay out west here because of the less snow that we get on this side of the mountains. We normally don't get a lot of snow.
Hello, Tommy Travels.
Hi, Tommy.
Hey,
And
Tommy.
Hello there.
welcome, sir. We're glad to have you. We're listening to Larry is regaling his trip. He's up way up in Canada right now.
Central
Oh.
British Columbia.
He took these crazy routes going up into the mountains and stuff, and now he has like 10 feet of snow, but it's white Christmas. That snow is going to be there till June.
Yeah.
No, all year round, probably, in some places.
Yeah, because you're in elevation, aren't you?
Kind of, yeah.
Mountains and snow are not the best for road travel, but sure look damned gorgeous.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I have some video, some of the trip going through, which I'll share on YouTube. Yeah, breathtaking. Wow. It's a little nerve-wracking driving it.
Well, yeah, I suppose it would be. When I
I'm
looked
talking.
when I looked at your pictures on Facebook, we were going to bed last night, and I said, "This is Plump's pictures from where he is right now," and she said, "Oh my God, that looks treacherous." I said,
We left Whistler at 1 o'clock because they brought us in early. We left at 1 o'clock, and we didn't get here to 100 Mile House till 6:30. And the start of the mountain route was about 30 minutes away. So 5.5 hours total to get from the mountainous route into where we are. Like last night when we were driving, because we ended up in the darkness coming up here. There's blowing snow across the highway like you see in a lot of videos. But I had no fear because of these new tires. Like we actually had winter tires with 50% on, and it would not get us up the hill. So we ended up spending this $1,000 on these new tires, but it was perfect. Like it actually gave me much more confidence to drive on very slick roads.
up there, Plump, don't they give you? Because I mean, even around here, sometimes if the snow gets bad for a long time, they'll give you, not give you, but they'll put tires,
Chains.
chains. They'll put chains.
So the thing with change is they suggest you have them with you, and we could have used that. But the problem is once you get to the top and you get going on flat surfaces, you have to take them off. You can't keep driving with these chains on. You have to take them off, right? Because like not this whole route is not all slick and slidey and up and down, right? So there's some flat parts. That's when you have to take them off. And so it's the putting them on and then taking them off. That's the problem.
Now, Tommy, you're in the Minneapolis area, and that's one of the northernmost major cities in the United States.
It is. Yep.
Tell us about Minneapolis snow, Tommy.
We get a lot of it.
Yes, you do.
We do. And we just had a lot of it. I did a shorts video showing driving out in the first big snow of the season, and big, huge flakes. We'll get 6 to 8 inches of snow at a time. But in Minnesota, it can be very strange because that following Wednesday after that, it was practically all melted and we had a 50-degree day. And so
that doesn't seem right.
And then that 50-degree day was followed up by a 7-degree day. And it's just very strange. Like last winter, we had snow on the ground middle of October, and it pretty much stayed all year long. This year, we didn't really get a big snow until December. And so you just never know what's going to happen in Minnesota.
Tommy, is there any mountainous roads? No? Okay.
No
See,
mountains.
I'm totally fine on flat stretches or little hills going up. I'm totally fine with that. But the one thing about these roads that I'm talking about, these are huge. We're on the side of a cliff up like 2,000-3,000 feet up on the side of a cliff on these switchbacks.
I'm not kidding.
And some of those don't have concrete barriers to keep you from sliding over the edge. So that's when it comes like mentally, okay, I got to pay attention here.
Hi, Nick.
I do remember driving out west. I had a 89 Mazda 323 and I hit the Rockies in the morning. I was very tired. I had been driving most of the night and it started snowing, of course, and snow was bad. So it was bad traffic and snowy, and I'm in these mountains I've never navigated before. Well, that was some white knuckle driving there for quite a bit of that trip right there.
All right, welcome, Nick. We are very glad to have you. This young man is a fine young man. For those of you that don't know him, please go support his channel. He is a hardworking young man, and I predict right here and right now, as I have before, that he is going to do something with himself and with his life. He's got a good work ethic. He puts together nice, these young people, they know all that technical stuff.
Yes, they do.
Nick is on here with us. Nick, I'm going to put the link in the chat again if you want to join us. Blaine, welcome, buddy. Now, Blaine is air traffic control. Blaine knows everybody on this screen, and he probably knows your work schedule. Let's see. Let me get that over here. Control B. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Anybody wants to come up? Let me see here. Blaine, we loved our time a few weeks back. Let's see what Blaine says. We loved our time a few weeks ago in Shakopee and Prior Lake, Minnesota. Oh, okay. I don't know where those are, Blaine. Tommy?
I do know where those are exactly. Shakopee and Prior Lake. I've done quite a few adventures in Shakopee. That's not far from the Renaissance Festival, where they do the Renaissance every year. It's a huge thing where everybody goes and you can get your giant turkey leg and walk around and all the 1800s or 1500s people and the
They dress up and everything.
Yeah, belly dancers, and it's all just a fun day. I've covered that a few times. That's in Shakopee, Minnesota. They've got all sorts. Minnesota's largest candy store, where I've been to with Nomadic Hippie. I've been there a few times. That's right near Shakopee, Minnesota. There's a lot of good stuff going on in Shakopee.
Does Nomadic Hippie live near you?
No, he lives in Orlando.
Oh, he lives in Orlando, Florida?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Well, but he drives over the road, right?
Yes, he's a truck driver.
Okay.
And so his partner, Steph, stuck in a truck, is his good friend that goes with him around.
In the truck.
And a lot of their traveling brings them up to Minnesota. And so they do some stuff they were just at the Mall of America, and I wanted to go down there, but I was at work, and I was like, I just can't leave work to go mess around down there. But I really wanted to.
Hey, Nick, you bet, Nick. We're so proud of you. Keep up the good work. We're all going to try to support your channel best we can, buddy.
Is there more than one Mall of America? Sorry, Papa, I cut you off.
No, I don't think so.
There's not. There's just one Mall of America.
And where is that again?
It's in Bloomington, Minnesota.
Bloomington, Minnesota. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I need to check it out because we have a West Edmonton Mall up here in Canada with the roller coaster, the big wave pool, water park, skating rinks, and
wave pool,
submarines. Oh yeah.
Mall.
Oh yeah. Oh, with bungee jumping and everything.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. Pro tip: don't ever go there on Boxing Day.
Americans don't know what Boxing Day is.
I'm assuming it would be the same way with Mall America. Don't ever go in a place like that on friggin' Boxing Day. Holy crap.
We don't have Boxing Day here.
Prior Lake. Where's that?
That's right near Shakopee, Minnesota. The
So
big thing in Prior Lake is there's a Mystic Lake Casino there. It's a big casino that it's a nice place to stay. And if you want to get a good buffet and play some blackjack or some slots, that's a good place to stay. And then there's a lot of stuff to do around there.
You know, Blaine, Tommy Blaine and them, like maybe last month, Blaine, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they took like a all the way around America type tour, like
Mhm.
out and back type thing. And because they're from Charleston, is that right? Charleston, South Carolina, Blaine?
South Carolina, South Carolina.
Oh, Charleston, South. Yeah, what did I say?
That's what you said.
Oh, don't do that to me.
Actually, my thoughts were on Blaine while I was driving, because I think of when they were in Montana and stuff, that's all mountainous up in that way. And I was just thinking about them trying to be brave and drive through these roads like Blaine and his big, huge, massive house and truck.
What was that? His house and truck?
Papa, play nice in the sandbox.
Now someone here says, "Oh, casino."
Oh yeah.
Actually, do any of you gentlemen play Texas Hold'em?
Not in casinos.
Oh,
I did back when I was a kid, but I haven't done that for years. I do
Oh,
like
wow.
it. I like blackjack now and then. It's a simple, you know.
I played blackjack in a casino once, and I was like, obviously I'm a newbie, and I hit when I should have stayed, and this guy next to me got mad at me, and I said, I'll never play again.
Yeah, blackjack can be a vicious game with those who know what they're doing, because if
Yeah.
you get somebody like us who doesn't gets on the table, we screw up
Yeah.
their whole plan and they get
They
pissed.
screw up their whole plan, and they give you a hard time.
Well, I'll
Wow.
tell you what, I got asked to leave. I was at a casino out in Reno, and you know, to me, the object of the game is to memorize the cards that have been played.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, apparently that's a big no-no. That's called counting cards.
It's not illegal to count cards.
I know, but the guys with suits and sunglasses didn't have that same sense of humor.
No, of course not.
And they quickly
Because
asked
you're screwing up their game.
They asked me to leave, and then they helped me leave. And I thought, you know what? I didn't have that much fun. I won 25 or 30 bucks, and
Oh,
I looked
broke the
around,
bank, man.
the place was not. I know, right?
I think the most fun I ever had in a casino was a buddy and I went to Vegas, and I had a very small gambling budget and lost it quickly, but he was maintaining pretty much the whole trip. And I'm taller than he is, taller than most people. So while he was playing, I was just standing behind him, kind of with my arms crossed, watching. Well, he's a snappier dresser. So I think after a while, people started to get suspicious of who is he that he's got this big bodyguard with him.
Yeah.
And the pit bosses you could see kind of off in the corner huddling, like, it's their job to know their players. And nobody knew who he was. And they figured he must be somebody important, and it was driving them nuts. So everywhere we went, I would just kind of walk behind him and kind of do one of those sideways glances. We'd get on an elevator. I'd stand at the door and just look at everybody. And when it stopped, I'd get off and I'd look before I waved him through. We played it up like to the max. I had so much fun.
Yeah.
I worked at a casino in Alberta, Canada, and I was a cleaner, nighttime janitor. And whenever we went into the surveillance room, they had to shut off the screens and everything. And we had to keep our eyes to the floor and not like look around in the thing. Yeah.
Blaine has the right idea, and I can tell you, the woman does not lose, and that is Nancy
Oh,
Fields
Nancy Fields.
from
Oh, yeah.
Simi Valley, California. That lady, she needs to sell a chain or buy a chain of
Yeah.
hotels and casinos, because she doesn't lose. You can go anytime,
Yep.
anywhere, like if it's on a ship or if it's on a river or if it's on land or on a lake, wherever, she's going to win money every time. I don't know if she has some secret to it or not, but I don't know. Hey, what's everybody doing today? Anybody cooking today? There's a
I'm at my mother-in-law's, so she cooks the turkey dinner, and then we're going out, and I want to get some mimosas for breakfast tomorrow.
okay.
But my wife also needs to do the last-minute shopping thing.
Oh, you know what? I used to do that back when I bought Christmas gifts. My kids never understood why Mommy and I didn't buy each other Christmas gifts.
We don't. Me and Ananda don't buy for each other.
We didn't for years, and the only reason we do it now is because our kids just think we're awful, horrible Soviets, for not purchasing each other a gift. I'm like, you know what? We've been married 35 years, which is twice the time you've been alive. So give me a break.
My wife is a gift.
Tommy,
So
what's it say?
There you go.
What's up?
Tommy says behind you. What's that say?
It says
flipping.
flipping into Christmas.
Flipping into.
Nice.
Okay, tell us about your sign.
So Nomadic Hippie is going live tonight or he's got one scheduled at 1 a.m. He's in North Dakota.
Ooh.
So
Wow.
for him, that'll be midnight.
Ooh.
And so I think I'm going to go at midnight, my time. Let's see. I get all confused when I start doing this.
He's
1
the same-
o'clock, which will be 11 o'clock his time. And so let's just say Central Time. He's going live at midnight.
Yeah.
Or at 1 a.m. I'm going to go live at midnight and raid him. And
I have an idea for a background. I'm going to put a clock with all the time zones in behind us with the names where everybody is.
that
That's
gets
what I'm
really
gonna-
difficult when you start talking different time zones and stuff.
Yeah.
For him, it makes sense for him because it's midnight, it's turning Christmas, so he wants to go live. For me, that'll be 1 a.m. So I figured I'll go live at midnight my time for an hour and then raid him, and we'll be flipping into Christmas.
Nice.
And it really gets
Nice.
bad when you start feeling international because, like with the Down Under Cruisers, I'm
Ooh.
on the board for that helping hand for cruisers. So whenever we have the board meeting, like here in Illinois, I had to be up and available at 6 a.m. just so he could be online at 11 o'clock at night and everybody in between wherever they're at.
I called him the other day, and I always forget when I call overseas. I always forget. And I even have friends, before I knew Sean and Ilana, I had friends in Penrith, which is just west of Sydney. And I used to do this back then. I somehow have a brain fart every time I go to call overseas, more specifically the Philippines and Australia.
Well, there's such a dramatic time difference. It's easy to forget about it.
Yeah, well, I'll call and I'm thinking, okay, well, I will call at 6 p.m. my time. Well, 6 p.m. my time is like midnight his time. So I call and get them up. Let's see. Blaine says he's not cooking today. I just eat and take. What's he say? I missed part of it. Let me get back up there. Eat and taste what is cooking. Okay, Blaine. Now let's see what we got here. Merry Christmas, folks. Merry Christmas to you, Johnny B. from
Johnny B.
Bella Travel. Johnny B. Haven't heard from Johnny B. for a while.
Yes, that's what I was just thinking.
That's one of my buddies on Marco Polo. Good on you, Johnny. Good to see you, pal. Now, who else we have here? Oh, back to him. My video today is unboxing my Australian snacks from Sean and Ilana.
Papa.
Amy, please tell me you got some Tim Tams.
Papa.
Yes,
May I throw a small little plug?
absolutely. Go ahead.
It's been mentioned before. You've heard Sean and Alana talking about doing a group cruise in 2024, 2025. Have you heard that?
Oh, yeah, down under?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been working with Sean on that, and I'm actually working on all the deets on that. And so we just need to wait for the 2024, 2025 season of Princess Cruising to come out so we can get an idea of when, like the dates and stuff. So, but I'm taking over and doing that cruise.
Are you thinking sailing out of Melbourne or Sydney?
There's the plan is to end up in Sydney for the fireworks. Which
Count
was
me in.
which was Sean's idea, but it's always been a dream of me growing up, being from the East Coast. We got the fireworks, from the east and then going west, and then so the very first fireworks I would always see would be the Sydney fireworks over, and Sean calls it the hangar. They call it the hangar.
Off the
And
bridge.
I've always said I wanted to do that, and I've always said I wanted to do a warm tropical Christmas. I've never done it, and that came from Elvis Presley doing the Hawaiian Christmas. So when Sean started talking about all that kind of stuff, we get talking, and I said, I would love to organize a group cruise there. So that's what's being planned for the future. So I have a little video that I was supposed to share on my last feed, but I forgot to share it. So I'm going to wait till my next live feed and share all that kind of details after the new year.
Let me know how I can help and barter my way onto that ship, and then I'll have to come up with airfare. But airfare on Qantas is high.
Well, you don't have to fly Qantas.
You wish you
Santa and his reindeer are limited.
I know.
you wish you would have. Trust me.
But again, we got a long time to budget too, though.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you're planning for later in that year, because then I'll be back from my trip by then, so I'll be able to go.
That's good. That's good, Dewey.
Good.
And so yeah, there was one itinerary that I was looking at. It was perfect. It get back into Sydney on December 28th. There's none that falls right on like New Year's Eve to get back. There's not. It's really tough to organize that. But there was one itinerary that got back for December 28th, and you just spend a couple days in the hotel, then see the fireworks and come back. But again, this is just in the infancy stages of planning and stuff too, right?
Well, last year for New Year's Eve, I was supposed to fly out there I was going to go to Adelaide, right after Christmas, because I got some friends there. And then I would go to Melbourne and see Sean and Alana. And then my cruise would take off like the 4th. So I'd be in Australia for the New Year's. And then that got canceled and bumped to this year. Well, now this year got canceled. We wouldn't do a lift and shift again because it was way too much more expensive for next year.
Yeah.
So we
Your cruises
canceled
will be
it all together. And I said, I'll reschedule when something else comes up. So now I won't be there this year either. But hopefully by then, Australia should finally be open.
Yeah.
The cruises would be cheaper out of Sydney, but the airfare would be higher.
It's going to cost me more in airfare than it was in the cruise.
The way I would see it for a couple, with the cruise included, you're looking at about between 3,000 and 4,000 total.
Per person.
Total for both.
Yeah, but you got to get there.
And that's including airfare.
Oh, that's kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, it's too hard for me to believe. Unless you're
Okay, sorry. My apologies. Okay, I have to say it this way because I keep forgetting, and I should remember this. You guys are down lower into the States, and it costs a little differently for you guys to fly. I was saying from here, we can get flights like about $1,400-$1,500 per person return, depending on the year.
Return. That's something Canadians always say. We in the United States we say round trip.
Yeah.
All the Canadians say return. It took me a while to get that. I'm like, okay, return flight, but what about the departing flight? It's like, no, return round trip. So
yeah, round trip. Yeah.
That sounds extremely cheap.
Now that's on the good side. I'm just saying, like I was already pricing out flights for Sean and Alana. That's where I'm getting these numbers from.
Then you get us fluffy flyers who need business or first class, and boy,
then
there you go up.
I'm sorry, Dewey. I've never experienced business, and I would love to. It'd be a dream come true to experience business class.
I wouldn't fit in coach that long. An hour on coach in the United States, and I'm like dying of pain. So.
Oh wow!
I'd never make it to Australia and coach.
They typically put me in the very front row because of my left leg. It has to be able to stretch out.
So
And
then you would get an exit row.
normally I get the front row.
There's that, but that's business class.
Yeah, usually it's either business or first class or whatever. But wherever I am, mommy has to be as well. What does this say? I did also get Vegemite. Okay.
Oh
You
gosh,
mean
not this.
yeah.
Oh God, no.
Now,
That's
who is this cruising scene? Can't wait for the
Cruising scene. This is Sharon and Gary Anderson.
They're going
They're
on
going on our group cruise as well. Yes,
October. Okay.
they're from. I'm trying to remember where they're from. I think Texas.
I thought she said Fort Worth, Texas.
Yeah.
Amy says the cruise in October is going to be so much fun. Yes. A lot of people I'm going to meet. We're going to meet Dewey 5 weeks from today, maybe. Hey,
Let's hope
Dewey,
nothing goes wrong with it.
are you getting in Friday night, Dewey?
Yeah, I'll probably stay there in Canaveral since it leaves from there, because there's a hotel I like to go to before when we cruise up there, so I don't have to drive in early in the morning.
Speaking of that, Papa, I actually got to book you guys that extra room that you guys asked. I actually forgot about it. I got a message asking for you guys to book the room on the 23rd.
Well, I'm sure I'm lost.
You are. It's okay. I guess it's a
True
mommy
without a
thing. So
room.
I'll talk to mommy then.
Talk to mommy.
Yes, because you guys are gonna we're getting back on the 23rd, and she wants me to book another night for you on the end of the cruise
on that
for
Hilton Garden.
the Hilton Garden. Yes.
Okay. A boy that I helped raise. I guess he lived with us for years, but it's another one of those things that's gone. He called me 2 nights ago, and we were talking and talking and talking, and I had no clue who he was, and I felt terrible and like a heel for not remembering. And finally, I leaned over to Shelley and I said, "Who's Isaiah?" And she said, "The boy you raised him." And I guess he never had a dad, and I felt sorry for him and that type of thing. He lives on the 25th or 28th floor of Miami high rise down there, overlook the beach. It's swanky. And he told us we could come and stay with him for free.
Oh, so you don't need the room no more. So I got to talk to Shelly then. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I talked to her because she's going to have to get with Isaiah. And believe me, Isaiah is so slow getting back to you. I return messages. If somebody leaves a message for me, I don't always return missed calls, but if somebody takes the time to leave a message like, "Hey, this is Tommy, give me a call and we'll go race some semis or something," you know.
I wanted to ask, Tommy, are you on the cruise, going on the group cruise or no?
No, I've never been
No.
on a cruise yet.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God. Do you know how much fun we'd have with Tommy?
Yeah.
He'd be the life of the party.
I agree. I agree.
What's this say? Blaine is letting us know about fluffies. They charge us fluffies for more. I paid my money for this sexy body, so why do
I'm right there with Blaine. Yeah. Yeah.
No. Come here.
Although I guess my body shape, I'm able to fit into those economies,
Yeah.
Dewey, but the last flight I took was in 2018. Yeah, it was a little tight. I had to use the seatbelt extender.
Yeah, I have to use the seatbelt extenders once in a while, but
Yeah.
my biggest problem is on those Embraers, some of the smaller Embraers that
Don't tell me
my
that.
hips don't fit in the seat.
Don't say, because that's what I'm flying in friggin' in April. No.
Make sure you have a seat where the arm lifts, because my butt don't fit between those armrests. They
Okay,
had a move
so
to the seat where there was nobody else, so I could.
I'm getting the
lift
offer
arm.
to upgrade to what they call United First, I guess it's called.
On
for
the
$89.
smaller Embraers, they don't have that.
Well, this one here, this is the Embraer 175, and they offering like what you upgrade from economy to United First. It's row 1,
Oh God.
It's like 1 and then 2, I guess. And so it's first class for $89, but you get a free drink and I don't know,
You said
upgrade.
it's Embraer 145?
175.
Oh, okay. The 145 is the one I have to avoid because they don't have a wider seat option. And a lot of the seats, the middle arm doesn't raise. So I physically can't fit in the seat.
Oh no.
Come here.
But a 175, they do have better seats.
Do
so-
they? Okay, good. That's good to know.
Yeah, it's just the 145. That
So
and the CRJ 900s are hard too.
I actually wanted to ask you because you fly business class, it seems. Do you ever use the lounges?
Oh yeah, I've a lot of times, especially when I have a long enough layover to take advantage of them. So.
I've always because I've never flown business class, and normally with business class you get access to the lounges. Well, this one here coming back, instead of flying back through San Francisco, I got to fly back through Denver, and I have a 4-hour layover. I'm going to pay the $59 just to experience the lounge. So
Yeah,
I've always wanted.
A lot of times I will purposely schedule my flights with a longer layover so that I can relax in the lounge and take advantage of it. And I don't know, there was a couple times where I've done like a Zoom call while I was on a layover because the timing worked out. I could go in there, sit nice and comfortably, get something to eat, drink, and do the call. And then when it was done, then I go back off to the gate and continue on my flight.
I was actually thought I was going to have to change my flights. And actually, Amy here, I was actually asking if she was going to be in Dallas Fort Worth. That's where she was, but I forgot she had moved. So there was like I think it was a 14-hour layover in Dallas Fort Worth. I thought, hey, maybe we can, go have a drink or something, dinner or something. But she moved to Amarillo now, I guess.
Yeah, I've got like a 5-hour layover in Chicago Monday when I get up there before I head west. So I just take advantage of their lounge and it's comfortable. So
actually, Papa, there was one flight that I was looking at. They had a layover in Chicago O'Hare, but it was only for 2 hours. And like a 2-hour layover isn't enough to get out and do something.
Especially in Chicago, it'll take you that long to get from gate to gate.
Yeah. You don't want to try to transverse O'Hare even on an 8-hour layover. If you get outside, it'll take you an hour to get downtown and an hour to get back. Then you got to contend again with TSA lines that are longer than the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
Now, are you talking domestic?
Sure.
See, I've never experienced any issues with lines, really.
I don't know that you've ever had to deal with anything like O'Hare.
There was one in Albuquerque, which is a way smaller airport than any of the other ones. We had a 6 o'clock flight when we got there, and there was quite a lengthy time, and they were pissed off that we got in late. It's like, well, the shuttle didn't get me there. You can come get me.
Well, I will tell you, a lot of times they will come. And my friend, Al Brock, just moved. He was the head of TSA in Minneapolis Airport. And he just moved to Panama City or Destin. No, I think he moved to Panama City.
Florida.
Somewhere in that area.
Yeah, that's a very nice area. We used to live in Pensacola back in 1990. In fact, that was the church first.
Panama City, that's on the Gulf of Mexico side, right?
Yeah, it's on right. It's on the northern coast of Florida where that panhandle comes around.
Yeah, the panhandle, yeah.
Let's see. Blaine, our cruising scene. Oh, Amy, glad you're going in October. I've tried making your lives, but sometimes they're
pretty too late,
pretty late.
Yeah, by the time the October cruise comes, that'll be my 4th trip on the horizon next year. I'll be pretty familiar with that ship.
Do you like that ship, Dewey?
I don't know. I haven't been on it yet, but I'll be on it in February, twice in September, and then October. So,
wow.
So I hope I like it.
Can you see any reason why you wouldn't?
No, from everything I've seen, it should be a pretty good cruise. So,
well, you're a well-experienced cruiser now, anyway, aren't you, Dewey? How many you get in your belt?
No, I got 12 in this year already. So
just this year, you got 12. Wow.
Grief.
So I've between now and the big cruise, I've got 23 more scheduled. So,
whoa,
so far.
congratulations on that, Dewey. You know, if somebody can do that, like I congratulate you for getting that far, you know, being able to enjoy your retirement, man.
Absolutely nothing but
I'm definitely doing that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm
nothing.
anxious to see at what point it gets to where I'm not having fun anymore. But right now, every cruise, it's like I get all excited on cruise day, just like the first cruise, and every cruise, the night before it's over with, I get all depressed, even if I'm going to be on another one in 2 days. It's just, it all seems to be like the first ones all the time.
I say you're a cruise junkie.
I'm a self-professed cruiseaholic.
Yeah.
Travel.
I-
Y'all, we
I'm
gotta-
I'm already addicted myself, and I haven't even been on a cruise yet.
Here's what Blaine says. I fit in economy, but I use extenders when needed. I used to as well. My dang legs are too long. I'm 6'2". If I had to go somewhere like Germany or Australia, I would be hurting. Yes, sir.
I'm the
Hey,
same
Blaine.
as Blaine. I'm 6'2", 300 and something pounds. I'm exactly the same as Blaine, but for some reason I have a bad back. So the way I sit in, like on the window seat, I sit at an angle, so I'm able to, like with my legs, as long as I can get up out of my seat and like do a little stretch in the little areas. Yeah, I'm fine. Now the biggest plane I've ever been on is a 767. So I don't know what it's like to go on these long haul flights.
Well, Blaine, I'm 6'4", 360. I have my own extender I carry with me all the time. And
So
I'm-
you do recommend that? Have you gotten this situation where you weren't allowed to use that? Because I've heard there is stories where you're not allowed.
occasionally, and I imagine it would probably happen more if more airlines saw me using it, but I have had once or twice where they told me I couldn't use it. It was a liability issue.
Liability issue.
They want you to
Really?
use theirs, but there's been times I've been on a plane where they didn't have enough,
Yeah.
and so I was
And-
glad I had mine.
And the couple
usually
times that I've used, yeah.
If
Go
I
ahead.
if I sit in the front row, I usually use theirs because you're very visible. They can tell you're using it. But if I'm on any other row, I can get it on. Nobody even knows I have it on. So
Do you need them in business class?
sometimes,
Really? I didn't know that. Wow.
most of them I can get. The belts are big enough, but there's occasionally you'll get some where it's just like an inch too short.
I'm
Ah,
6'1", and I used to weigh 420 pounds.
wow.
I had a 62-inch waist.
Well, I'm glad I've lost all the weight I have because I used to have a 66 waist. I'm down to 56 now. So
Hey, Dewey, I'm not the only one that says that is a great thing, isn't it?
oh yeah,
When you lose some weight and
Yep.
can fit a little easier. And now
I used to be 120 pounds heavier than I am now, so I was much bigger.
I
And
used
I still got another 80 pounds I'd like to go because my goal is to get down to the level where I can do stuff like zip lining and all that stuff without worrying about the weight limits.
they're telling me that I'm supposed to weigh 175. I'm like,
Your height?
that's what you're telling me. But I
Mine's-
will tell you, I
mine's
have
supposed
no.
to be
Well,
like-
ours are 6'2". It's 190.
Yeah. And even for me, if I were to get down to the recommended weight for my height, I would feel way too thin. I'll be happy if I can get down around 280. I'll be thrilled to death.
I'm right there with you, Dewey. That's that. Well, 220 actually is what I want.
That's where
'Cause
I'm at right now. That's where I'm at.
You're at 220, Papa?
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
I'm really working on my goal because by that world cruise, there's going to be a lot of walking stuff like the
There's a
Great Wall
lot
China
of
and all that
walking.
stuff.
Yeah.
So I want to be able to do all that stuff. I'd
Hey,
hate to
Dewey.
miss out on some of those prime opportunities because I physically can't handle it.
Hey, Dewey, I got a question. Surely they're going to hit some of the biblical cities, aren't they? Like Thessaloniki?
Probably, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I know we go to quite a bit around Jordan and all of that stuff while we're there. So
We've got to find a way, y'all, to get Tommy on the horizon next October. This is a good man.
Would you consider going, Tommy?
No, I've got.
No.
I know that you guys are all into cruising, and I'm totally cool with that.
Yeah.
And my parents have been on a cruise before, and they loved it. My brother has been on an Alaskan cruise before, and they loved it. And I'm sure it would be good, but between working full time and getting the time off to do stuff like that is tough. And for the type of, when I do have time off, I like to do adventures like hit Branson, Missouri, or Orlando, Florida, and where I can go and do things like the wax museums and the Wonderworks museums and the different restaurants and things like that, and hit a whole bunch of things all at once.
You definitely are a Dells kind of guy, because everything you just said is like the Dells, you know, the Guinness building.
Oh, I thought you said Dallas, Papa. Dells. The Dells.
No,
Okay.
the
Wisconsin Dells. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just fell in love with the Wisconsin Dells when I went there, but
Oh my God, I love it. I love the Dells. Oh,
Wisconsin Dells isn't the only Wisconsin Dells type of place in the country, because Branson is like that. Orlando is like that. I spent 3 days there and barely made a dent. And
yeah. And also Gatlinburg. Have you spent any time in Gatlinburg?
I was just going to say, that's the next place that I've got on my list is Gatlinburg Pigeon Forge, because you could spend a week there and not make a dent too.
Sure can. Now this is
So-
Dewey, so I'm going to add Dewey.
There we go.
We lost you for a minute, pal.
Yeah, I don't have internet down here in Illinois, so I'm just bumming off of whatever I can pick up in the neighborhood. So sometimes it fades away.
Dewey, I love your chair.
That's just a
Love
blanket.
that. Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
I love that blanket on there. I
But
love
it's so
it.
appropriate for the season.
Yeah, love
I
it.
moved into a different room. Mommy booted me out of her room.
Yeah, I saw that.
I came in.
Did you fix that window, Papa, so you're not so cold?
I fix it? I can't fix anything. I can
Oh.
barely fix a ice tray. No, I didn't fix it, and I can still see the curtain kind of moving just a little. You know,
Mm-hmm.
sparrows
Okay.
in trying to keep me.
I'm still trying to convince Ananda to let me come down for your birthday.
Everybody knows when and where.
I know.
We don't have any celebration, but
Oh, I'm sure if we come down, you'll have a celebration.
Can't really get enough people together, and we form
Hey,
one.
if I'm taking an airplane ride down to visit you for your birthday, you better have a celebration.
we'll have a party somewhere.
Well, it's 8:00, guys. Time for bed.
Yeah, really.
Oh, 6:30.
Although, I don't mind visiting the airport in downtown Chicago. So,
There are a lot of. I tell you what would have to happen for me. I would have to sleep from like 10 to 1
you got to have your nap. Yeah.
during the day in order
Yeah.
for me to stay up till 10 or 11 at night. Which I've done that many times, because somebody would say, "Oh, I got this going on. You're going to have to be there from 9 to 11 at night." So I've done that.
Well,
That
Papa-
world cruise will be 60 plus countries, 11 wonders of the world for 274 nights. I know that Petra in Jordan is one of those in the Middle East.
Oh,
Love to see Petra.
so would I.
Great time and can't wait to see photos. Yeah, Dewey, you are on official photo duty. And if you don't have those photos, then we're going to come hunt you down and send you off to another country on another cruise.
Well, I'm hoping that I'll develop my video skills by then, that I can produce stuff on the fly and do more things, because you see how often I release videos now. I need to do a lot better than that by the time I get on that cruise, because there'll be some awesome videos to be able to produce during that time.
Well,
I'm going there. Oh, go ahead, Papa.
there is a section of people, Dewey, a lot of people enjoy candor. They enjoy somebody that seems real, somebody that doesn't seem
Oops, my camera went to the side. Like, oops. Yeah.
right. But I mean, there are people who just really enjoy that style, and they're not looking for some $1 million professional motion picture made. They
won't get that from me. I just want to be able to run the software enough that I can get something out without waiting 6 months.
Well, that's fine, but I'm thinking we've got Tommy here, and I've told Tommy many times I love his videos, because the one that strikes me specifically, he's got a lot of destinations. He took this one to the world's smallest gas station.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
and it's the type of thing, not everybody's looking for that type of content, but there are a lot of people who are. And it's not so long where you feel like he overdid it, spending 2 hours on a little tiny building, but it's also long enough to keep my attention. And I specifically enjoy it. I don't know what his numbers are, but and then the other one is the Wisconsin Dells. He has the deer park, and that's the type of thing the little animals do the talking for you, so to speak, depending on how much you had to drink. Um,
Well, it's like
but
I don't plan on doing a daily vlog because then that takes the trip into more of too much work sometimes. But the highlights of the trip, like all
That's right,
the
Dewey. That's what I'm doing as well. Yeah.
the very good destinations, or like the long stretches of sea days. If something exciting is happening on the ship, I'll put together. I want to put a lot of smaller videos of things instead of just showing a video diary of what I did all day long type thing.
I was just watching a video the other day. Somebody was talking about how to film YouTube videos and stuff like that. And they were talking, you don't need to sit there. Well, next I am going to go eat breakfast. Next, I'm going to go eat lunch. Next, I'm going on nobody wants to hear every single little detail.
And
So
I don't do voiceover. I don't talk while I'm filming. At least if I do, I don't plan on using that for two reasons. One, I usually don't know ahead of time what I want to say. And two, I huff and puff too much when I'm strolling around. I don't want people to listen to that.
exact same thing. Yep.
So
Same
I
here.
figure
Yeah.
I'll shoot the video, then I'll do
those
some
wheels turning.
quality voiceover on top of it to make it sound like I'm talking behind the camera.
I
And
see
that's
the wheels
what I'm
turning.
doing is I'm going to do the
Wheels
voiceovers
are
once.
turning in Tommy's head. I see the wheels turning. Hey, I think something that would be hilarious, Dewey, when you get back, submit all your footage over to Tommy and let him do a voiceover and narrate the whole thing and see what you get out of it.
What
Well,
was his name? What's that guy? That famous voiceover that does all the the planet thing. What's his name? He just passed away. Oh, Tommy. Yeah, you would be great because you get the great voice for it. I can't remember his name, but it's the voiceover makes it.
From the Discovery thing.
Yes.
The Earth.
Atwood or something. And David Atwood or something like that. But yeah, you get a great voice for that.
Attenborough?
Attenborough, yes. Yeah.
David Attenborough passed?
That's what I heard. Yeah. Maybe it's not true, but
Well,
He's Sir David Attenborough.
I have
Yeah,
thought
sir,
about that if I don't develop good enough skills by then, that maybe I'll partner with somebody that, I'll upload the content somewhere and then they can put it together for me or something.
Yep.
Because it depends. I don't know what kind of Wi-Fi access I'll have on a lot of this trip too. I may not be able to.
there you go, Tommy. You got some business coming.
Right now, the most I do is I upload to my Facebook all the time with pictures and video clips and stuff. And then I send everything up to the cloud daily so that I've got room on my phone. But, we got a lot of stretches there where we'll be 5 days at sea at a time. Who knows what kind of internet we'll have.
Mhm.
And they say now the Serenade, which is the ship will be on, it's going into dry dock here soon for some upgrades. I hope they upgrade the internet when they do it.
David Attenborough is still alive. He did fight.
He is? Okay, good. I thought it was him.
In World War II. He was born in 1926.
Wow. He is my number one narrator. Number one. I just love how he tells the story. It's so amazing.
I do
His
too.
voice. Oh, I've watched every episode of Planet Earth and the Planet Earth 2 and
The Blue Planet.
the Blue Planets. Oh, I love them. And then I've seen them in theaters with the way better sound than your TV at home. Actually, and I think I even seen a 4D theater with his voice in it, with the smells and the feel of things.
I have not been to a 4D theater.
I just went to
Papa.
my first 4D theater in Branson. They have a new aquarium out there. It's
where?
In Branson, Missouri. There's a new place that opened this year called Aquarium at the Boardwalk, and it's right on the strip. The building is really cool. It looks like the big, huge octopus is swallowing the building.
Oh.
And when you go in there, there's a thing that you walk into. It's a little theater, and their little mascot is this octopus character, and so you get to watch a movie where you have 3D glasses, so it's all in 3D, and it's this underwater adventure that they're going on. But then they'll jump up out of the water, and then you'll feel the air
Splash
flowing on your
and a
face,
splash
you're
of a
flying
water, a
through the
little.
water,
Yeah,
through the air.
Puppy, you got to experience. It's really cool.
Yeah.
If you're in a forest like where I was, it was actually at an aquarium also, Tommy, Vancouver
okay.
Aquarium, and they got the salmon fish going up the river, and then when they jump out of the water, it'll splash and they'll sprinkle a little water into your face, and
Yeah.
or if you're going through a forest, you can smell the pine from the trees. It's the fourth sense, Papa, which is smell and feel.
I don't know.
Oh yeah,
What?
it's cool.
No. It's really like, without spoiling it here in the Vancouver Aquarium ones, like there's something there's even mechanical stuff that fits in your chair that'll tickle in your back.
Now, see right there, that's the word you use that worries me. The mechanical stuff. Mechanical stuff can go wrong, and 3 gallons of water can end up on my lap.
Oh, yeah.
No, Papa, think about it. It's just like somebody got a little spray bottle with you, and they'll sprinkle a little bit of water in the face, like when the salmon jumps under water and jumps back in and splashes up in your face. It's nothing, not like they're throwing buckets of water on you.
My luck would be an actual salmon would come flying at me and hit me in the head. Bam! Right in the head.
That's what they should do, is have fish and have people walk around and go.
Yeah. Get the staff walking around with the fish, smack you. Yeah.
We got it all figured out.
Papa, there's also actually in Vancouver at the cruise port, there's another theater experience. It's called Wings Over Canada. And there's a couple down the States I'm seeing too, because somebody just shared it on TikTok. I don't know where in the States, but you're sitting in a chair. It's like a 3 movie theater in a roller coaster kind of deal, and you're flying through the air and stuff. I won't say what, but it's the same kind of deal.
Too. Mm-hmm.
Do they? Yeah.
In the Mall of America.
So I think that's where it was. Yeah, you're sitting in a chair and you're flying around. I don't want to give away too much, but it's
is that the one where
really.
you're going down this steep hill on a motorcycle, and you come riding right up on a guy's bumper, and you slam on the brakes just in the nick of time?
I don't know. I don't know the one in the States, how it is here. I just know the one here is Wings Over Canada. And it's basically you being the bird flying around Canada, seeing all the sceneries across the country and stuff. Mm-hmm. But you're sitting down. It's in a theater, and it's really cool. We got to see it for free.
Blaine says to Dewey, that cruise for the next. You do a different town each week.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you won't ever have to record any videos at it again.
This is where the book of Thessalonians in the New Testament takes place, from this city.
Yeah.
I still, when I go through the list, I get tired before I'm even finish reading half of the destinations I'm going to. So I just can't imagine grasping the length of that trip. It's just.
Dewey, were you a deacon in the Catholic Church or no?
Lector, not a deacon.
Okay.
What's a lector?
I do the readings in Mass.
Oh, I was actually just starting to learn bits. I was confirmed in an Anglican church, and I was a server, but they were going to get me to do the readings. But I don't know if that's the same thing in an Anglican church or not.
Yeah, the priest still does the gospel, but the other readings a lay person can do, and that's what I do.
Yeah.
And especially when we started back up last year into live things, I was the only reader for probably about 4 or 5 months before anybody else felt comfortable enough to get up and do it. And I was always the favorite our church had, so nobody minded it. But
you're Catholic, right, Dewey?
Oh yes.
Yeah. We used to go to midnight mass every year with my mom for years.
Santa Claus went to midnight mass. The church I belong to here in Illinois, the original priest, he's now passed. He asked one year if Santa would come, because on midnight mass they always have some kids take up the baby Jesus
Yep,
up to the
yep,
manger and all
that's
that stuff.
exactly true. Yep.
Well, he wanted Santa one day to come and bring that, and I told him, I said, and I've always been very adamant about Santa and how what he appears and stuff. It's like church is not something I want the center of attention to be on me. It's about church.
It's about
So
church Jesus.
the first year I told him, I said, I'll do that, but I'm leaving. I'm not staying in church because I don't want, like all the kids in church to be paying attention to me instead of paying attention to church and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So he did talk me into staying, and so that I'd be there after church, but I just went back outside until after mass. I didn't feel it was right to be sitting in mass as Santa Claus and have people paying attention to me instead of the priest. But he
If we can, sorry.
The Nazarene church in that same little community he was friends with, and they did a live nativity one time, so he got permission for me to go over there and do the kneeling Santa in front of
Oh, nice.
and that was always one of my precious memories of Santa Claus.
That's what I want to say in that memory. Like my father died when I was young,
Yeah.
so my mother was my center of my universe, and that was one of the greatest memories of Christmas memories that we can have. For me, is going to midnight mass. I always looked forward to it. I haven't been into a church for a few years now for many reasons, long story. But going to midnight mass was like the ultimate thing. The ultimate present for me is going to church, and it's at night when you're normally going to the church during the day, and you're singing. Everybody, the whole church is singing the Christmas carols and stuff
All
like
the
that.
candlelight
It was,
stuff.
yeah, the lights, yeah. Now we were Anglican, but we go to a Catholic church just to see the midnight mass. So that's the way my mom did it for me all my life, and yeah, I really miss going to midnight mass.
Yeah, unfortunately now our church no longer has midnight mass, but I'll get to go tonight at 6 o'clock. So the choices are either tonight at 6 o'clock or tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
We don't have a midnight mass ever since, the last probably 4 or 5 years, budget cuts and stuff.
With these restrictions, it's pretty hard to have those kinds of things too, right?
Yeah, but even before COVID, we had to start cutting that out, and they joined us with another church, and so it's kind of like we don't even have Sunday services at our church. Our church has Tuesday night and Saturday vigil mass, and the other church has the Sunday morning masses.
Wow.
So,
What are you guys doing for Christmas Day? Anything special?
Partying.
I'll be spending with my sister and her family.
They live there in Champaign,
Yep. So I'll go to
Where?
church tonight, and
Champaign, Illinois.
Never heard of that one. Wow.
it's in
Champaign,
Central Illinois. It's where the University of Illinois is at.
Okay.
That's how I ended up here. I went to school here and never left.
Oh, did you see Cruising Scene? Dewey, where are you from? We're Catholic too.
I'm in Florida now, but right now I'm back home in Illinois. I lived here for over 40 years, so Illinois is pretty much where home was.
Is that where your people come from?
We originally were born in South Bend, Indiana.
South Bend. Hey,
There.
that's where my daughter lives right now.
Yeah, and we moved around a lot. My dad worked for the airlines, and then eventually, after my parents got divorced, she hooked up with another guy, and that's what got us to Illinois. And
Well,
I
you
spent my
definitely.
last few years of high school in Illinois, and then I went to school at the U of I and just never left this area. So
I asked you before, where in Illinois are you? You're south of Papa, right?
yeah, I'm south by about 2.5 hours.
If
Yeah,
they're in
that's right.
Illinois, everybody's south of me if they're in Illinois.
Well, it's funny 'cause
Unless they live on the lake.
in Illinois, it's like, we all know where we're at, but anybody else, when you say Illinois, they all think we're part of Chicago.
Yeah. That's the number one thing that goes in my brain is Chicago, is Illinois.
Yeah. And I'm just as guilty. If I hear a town that I'm not familiar with, I assume it's a Chicago suburb. It's not always the case. But
Well,
it's like,
I
well,
will
I've never heard of
say,
that. It must be a suburb of Chicago.
there are 258 suburbs of this city, and
Wow,
I
that's
think
big.
24 or 25 telephone area codes, and
That's big.
it's very big. It's over 10 million people, metropolitan,
Well, even we have 5 different area codes down here now. So
10 million just in the metro?
Uh-huh. And that covers 4 states. If you want something interesting, put a compass on in order to draw a circle. Draw a 50-mile circle around the very center of Chicago, down on the lakefront, by the Sears Tower, and then pull a string out and draw a circle around it. And you'll see it touches 4 states. It goes through Michigan, then Indiana,
Wow.
Illinois, then finishes in Wisconsin.
British Columbia has a population of 5 million. Vancouver is, I think, a little over 2 million. Like the metro kind of deal, I guess you would say. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's British Columbia then is pretty concentrated into
The
main-
south of the province. It's right down in the corner, southwest corner of the province.
Okay.
Everything else up north is all like where I am. I'm in central British Columbia. Yeah, they're spread out, much more spread out.
Man, you live in God's country. That is gorgeous.
Wait, Jesus, see, I'm going to be taking some photos here. We're supposed to go out and grocery shop here very shortly. So,
Well,
it's like when I moved down to Florida, this county where I live, including the cities and stuff, it's only like 190,000 people.
oh,
You
wow.
know, in Broward County, where Fort Lauderdale is, it's 1.9 million. So
Wow.
it's like quite a difference from what I've been used to all these years.
How many? how
Fortunately,
many
I
are
was a
in,
city boy, so it's not so bad.
Let me see how many. Do you know how many are in Dade? I'm going to ask how many are in Dade.
what about you, Tommy? What's the population where you are?
How many people
Um,
are in Dade County?
Twin Cities probably 2 or 3 million.
Yeah, so like a Vancouver size. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right at 3 million in Dade County, which is Miami. Tommy, what'd you say?
The Twin Cities is probably 2 or 3 million. Is
Oh,
my
that's right.
guess.
There are 2 big cities there, Minneapolis and St. Paul. Minneapolis is bigger, but still, it makes up a big metropolitan area.
So the way you're saying that, Papa, it sounds like they're together. I'm assuming.
They are.
Oh,
St.
okay.
Paul,
Yeah.
St. Paul is to the east, and Minneapolis is to the west. But
Mm.
they're built kind of like Dallas and Fort Worth,
Yeah.
except
It's like
Yeah.
here where I live, it's Champaign-Urbana. The only difference is one street. So you cross one street, you're in Champaign. You go the other direction, you're in Urbana. So
Yeah. There's one kind of a cool bridge near where I live that when you cross it, you can see St. Paul over here, and then you look further down in the distance and you can see Minneapolis. So you can see
What?
both cities at the same time.
what's the name of the bridge, Tommy?
I don't know. It's
What road is it on? That's not
You're
the
putting them
one.
on the spot
I
now.
don't know. I don't know what the name of it. It's on 62, I think.
That's not the one that collapsed here a while back, is it?
No. That was in Minneapolis.
That was an interstate, wasn't it?
Oh,
Yeah. It's
that sounds scary.
Oh, it was. There were people
it
that
was.
died.
that was about 15 years ago, probably something like that.
Wow.
Man, have I
20
lost
years
track
ago.
of time. I got to quit having these darn strokes.
It yeah, there was a big bridge collapse. There's a bridge right in Minneapolis that very busy bridge, especially during rush hour and things like that. And,
I-35 West.
yeah, I-35W.
Oh my God.
Well, 35W, you guys should know, it goes all the way through the whole country.
So a common busy throughway collapsed.
Yep. Mhm.
Oh my, that's scary to hear that.
Yeah, there was cars and buses and
Can you see it, Larry?
semis
Yeah,
that
yeah, I
went
can
right
see it,
into the
Papa.
river
Wow.
Oh my gosh. That's I-35 West. Oh,
there. Mhm.
Like you put your faith in these roads that they're going to be safe and you're not going to have, and then all of a sudden, boom, it happens. That's scary.
Well, that's part of right after that. That's when there started to become the big drive in the country politically to fix our infrastructure.
Infrastructures, yeah, yeah.
exactly right.
So you hear a lot about, hey, we need to fix our roads and bridges and airports and things like that because they've been neglected since the 60s,
Yeah.
since they went up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And I remember that, Tommy. I remember the call and the outcry for, hey, we've got to do something serious. and Chicago's one of the worst. We got real problems in this city. Some of
It
them
seemed,
just neighborhood bridges, but they're going to come tumbling down onto these impoverished neighborhoods that don't get the attention that major interstates that bring commerce into town. It's like, what are we going to wait till 100 black people die and then say, oh,
Yeah.
then turn it into a geopolitical racist thing, and then the money gets spent on a war again.
it's funny how politicians neglect infrastructure
Yeah.
for so much more stuff that's more important.
Yeah.
And then oops, oh, we're sorry, because this has just happened here in Vancouver, the floods. There were at one point for a couple weeks, there was no way in and out of Vancouver because all the roadways were washed out from all the floods, the highways. Like this road that I just took yesterday to get here, it was closed just until day before yesterday. No, the 20th. It opened on the 20th. It was closed to non-essential travel. It was essential travel only. And it just opened up because of all the routes all had damage in and out of this friggin' province and city. And again, I moved here in 2005. It's the same thing. It's for the population of 2 million, okay, going out of Vancouver, they have 4-lane highway, a 4-lane, 2 and 2. For a population of 2 million, you have a 4-lane highway, the major route in and out of this city, and you only have a 4-lane highway. It's they neglect this infrastructure over and over. Well, you know what? We'll just put it on this. We'll deal with that later. And then boom, they say, well, sorry.
That's because fixing a bridge isn't very exciting politically.
No.
As it is putting in an art center or a park or something like that. Or we got a nice little waterfall and picnic benches and a statue and
Look at what I did, guys. You need to vote me in more.
We got a little museum here. Isn't that lovely?
Wait till you have a
Wow.
bunch of deaths, and then all of a sudden it becomes high priority.
That's
Well,
right. That's what it takes.
actually, Dewey, it's funny that you said that. This route that I just took, out of this whole flooding and damage and everything, there was 5 deaths. Okay, we just took the route where they found the 5 deaths because this road was actually washed out from the flooding as well, and it was closed for about a week. Then they reopened it, and that's where they found the 5 bodies through this road that I took yesterday. And what you're hearing. It's sorry, guys, and then and then they go to fix the problem, like the problem wasn't even there.
Hey, Papa, Google that bridge, what it looks like now. Because you want to talk about,
Oh, they must have spent a lot of money on it to fix it.
That thing got fixed in a hurry.
Yeah.
That was all
Show me
completed.
a picture of the I-35 West Bridge now.
Check out these pictures.
Now it's one of the most beautiful bridges.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
It was done in about a year. They've got spotlights all over it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just a glistening, shimmering.
Awesome. Show it up, Papa. Show it up. Let's see.
Is that before or after?
Well, let's try this.
Go
I
up a
can't
little
do it.
bit, Papa.
Do before and after. So ask for
Or
the 35W
before and after of the
35W bridge before and after.
The I-35 bridge before and after.
Here are some pictures that match.
That doesn't look like much after.
No,
Like it's before. Let's see. Did they build a new one right beside it?
35W bridge before and after the collapse.
Did they build a new one right beside it, Tommy?
Well, they built a new one right over it. Hang on a second. I'll find it. Oh, I think you're looking at pictures where it was still collapsed. I want to find.
Yeah.
But
You're
it's not surprising what you're saying, Tommy, while you're looking for that. It's all the attention's brought on to something that really bad happened. Now I got the attention on me. I'm going to make it look like I was the hero and fixed everything and make it all look nice and pretty when you should have done it years ago.
Yeah.
I-35
Let's see here.
St. Anthony.
New 35W bridge. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like they built it beside it because I'm looking one picture which still has the collapsible and there's
Oh.
another bridge beside it.
Yeah. If you look at it at night, you can see it all lit up, and there's a reflection in the.
Well, the one beside it looks very nice, but I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
think they must have just done it right beside it.
It said they did it in 3 years.
Wow.
That's quick.
Yeah.
You're saying 3 years to fix a problem is quick?
Oh, no. Let me tell you something. They can build a skyscraper quicker than they can build a bridge anywhere in this country.
Well, okay, I'm not no engineer or anything, but I use this analogy. If China can build how many story building within 10 days, why can't something be done quicker? And again, I'm not no engineer, but why is it going to take years to do these projects?
Tommy, is that
Oh,
it?
that's nice.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
yeah.
beautiful.
That's nice.
That is very nice.
And then, so at night, you're saying it's all lit up too, Tommy?
Yeah. See if you
Yeah.
can find a picture of it at night, Papa.
Night picture.
I can't really.
I always have.
Oh, okay. Cool.
It's kind of screwed up my.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
35 West Bridge at night. Okay, with the sun shining, it's not at night.
Don't you love when you're looking for something, they give you totally something irrelevant to your search?
Oh,
Okay, let me see, Papa. Let me see. I like that
Oh my
response.
gosh, this looks gorgeous. It's got purple lighting. Who
Yeah.
decides when the
Okay,
I-35 bridge is lit?
don't tease us, Papa. You're already.
Hey, look, it is gorgeous. Who decides when the I-35 bridge is lit in color and how it is done? Oh my gosh.
So now it's something iconic now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that. Nope, to the left or the other way. Yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Right there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
There's
that's
one where it's all rainbow colored. They can make it any color that they want to do.
So it's something iconic in there now.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
that's nothing
It's-
to shake a stick at. That is
Mm.
beautiful. I-35
really-
bridge over Mississippi River in downtown Minneapolis will be bathed in red, white, and blue on Monday in the observance of Labor Day. The same colors will be used Friday to mark the 19th anniversary of the 9/11 terrorist attacks in which nearly 3,000 people were killed. Yada, 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 Pentagon, World Trade Center.
Hi, Eric. Sorry, I had to say hi, Eric.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Eric on here? I'm neglecting
Yep.
him.
It's okay. I'm your help here, Papa.
Okay, just tell him Eric knows I love him. Isn't he coming on our cruise too, Larry?
Yes, yes, he is. Yeah.
There you go.
Is anybody else coming next month on our cruise besides?
I think it's
Julie?
me and you and Dewey.
That's it. Oh
Yeah.
my.
I'll go if you pay for me.
Dewey, it's just the three of us.
Yep.
Just the three of us.
Hey, Dewey, come on, hook me up. You got a single room. You can get like a bunk bed, couldn't you? Don't you have a sofa?
Well, I'm already paying for two when I travel as it is. So.
No, I know. I personally think there should be some kind of, I know that they need to make their money, but should be some form of travel on a cruise ship for singles. There should be. Not everybody travels in doubles, and not
Well, that-
everybody wants to sleep with a stranger or go around finding a friend that wants to go on a cruise with them. So they should have, make a few of them like singles and take a cut that way.
They are. They are.
On
A
that
lot of them
world
are in that
cruise,
direction.
it's costing me a fortune because I
No,
have to
yeah.
pay as a single. If I
Yeah.
added a second person, it would only cost $4,000 more.
Yeah,
for the
yeah,
entire
yeah,
trip.
yeah.
That's how
Now-
much of it I'm having to pay.
Now,
There's
where I
some
did find a good thing for singles, Dewey, is on Virgin. I looked up their rates for singles on Virgin, and it's actually not a bad price. It's high, but it's not a bad price for a single. Like for a, I don't know if it was like a 5 or 7 day cruise. I was looking up for a single, like under $1,000. Like it was pretty good.
That is pretty good for Virgin because
Yeah, I think it was-
like around $3,000. So.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
well, for a single interior, it was I think $900.
Tommy.
What's up?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
That's beautiful. Yeah.
goodness, that is beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's really something.
man, that takes
And
the
and
cake.
you and that's where you live, right, Tommy? Right
Yeah.
where you live? Yeah.
Mhm. Well, I live in St. Paul, but yeah, that's right near.
Holy cow.
Dewey, I'm actually I'm actually talking to Ananda about letting me go on one of those single. Not that I don't want to travel with my wife or anything, but I want to be able to, as you know, I'm a YouTuber and a travel agent. I want to experience that, and
Yeah.
Virgin looks like it's a great product for a single to travel, and I want to experience that.
I look forward to going on Virgin again sometime because when I went, I went with my best friend. And, you know, it was fun, but I can't wait to do it sometime where I'm just on my own because
Mhm.
I was doing things so differently being with him as opposed to if I were there by myself. So
Did
Yeah.
you
now
enjoy?
that I know more what the cruise is about, I can't
Dewey,
wait to go again.
did you enjoy Virgin?
I actually did. When
I got
went
that
on it,
feeling
I
you
was
did,
not
yeah.
expecting to. I
I
went on it.
I was wondering about the pool because the pool looked like the size of my bathtub.
No, I'm not touching the
pool's not
pools on
huge,
any of
but I'm
those.
not a big pool person anyway, so that wasn't a concern for me. But my biggest issue was I thought I was going to be too old. It was going to be too young of a crowd, and that's not the case. They have things that appeal to people of all ages. Granted, it's a very physically fit and looks oriented group.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So,
Yeah.
you know, but they don't, you know, it's not like you feel out of place being an older person either.
So I
had a
watched
great time. And
I
all
watched yours, Dewey, and JJ Cruises, and you got with the both of you guys with your videos on there. Oh, and Griffin Alyssa. With all that, you gotta. Well, actually, I'm going to add in Emma as well, and then Ben and David. With all of that, it's exactly what you're saying. I got the full picture of what that is, and for me,
Yeah.
I love going to a bar, like hanging out at a bar, not necessarily drinking and partying like with a big group of friends. I just like hanging out at a bar,
yeah.
and that's what it feels like. You're hanging out at a big, huge Las Vegas club and enjoying, but being able to enjoy it even at our age.
I'll be back.
And I fully well expected to not like it, but it was a free cruise because I took those courses and
Yeah.
I wanted to see what it was because it was something different. So I went.
What do you
in
mean?
with the
Wait.
attitude.
What do you mean by cruise courses? What courses?
Back in February, if travel agents took the first 5 courses, you got a free cruise.
Oh, you're a travel agent also?
Well, not really. I used See the World at Chris's number so I could sign up and take the courses.
No, I know, and so I actually started the cruise, and I actually missed that by 4. No, wait, sorry. Yeah, 4 days. I missed it.
Yep, I got in right at the tail end of it, fortunately. So
I just finished my Princess cruise, and I got my graduation free cruise that I can. And which is a 15-day cruise to Hawaii out of Los Angeles. That's what they're offering. Right, one of them. There's I think it's 14 or 15-day Greek Mediterranean cruise for the same thing. Now, of course, you know how it works. You got to pay for the taxes and gratuities and stuff. This fifth, we're actually really thinking about this Hawaiian one in April of this year, for free, right? But Princess cruising training, it was very hard for me.
yeah, eventually I will probably become a travel agent, but right now it's like I'm having too much fun doing the traveling, and I've traveled with too many travel agents to see how much they're working while they're traveling, and I don't want to do that yet.
Truthfully, Dewey, you would be a better travel agent than I am right now. So what I'm doing, I'm working at my own pace. I've traveled, right? Like I have some experience under my belt, and it's not that I can't travel. I'm a computer geek, and I know how to book travel and all that kind of stuff. But you have much more, how do I say it? Like I've never been on a cruise before. You've been on 12 or like whatever, right? So you got that. You've flown in business class, which I've never. So you have a different perspective of how to sell travel. So I think you would be an amazing travel agent.
And I figure once I've kind of done all the stuff where I'm getting bored with it or something, then I would love to be a travel agent because I'm a very much a planner and an organizer type person.
That's-
So that
yeah,
would fit
I-
in great with me.
You sit in for, but you don't need to. You're already in retirement. You've already saved your retirement, and now you're enjoying it. You don't have to,
Yeah.
but it's
If
fun.
if
It's
I
for me.
become a travel agent, that's because that's how I'll keep my hooks in travel when I've either burned out on doing the traveling or
Yeah.
for some reason I physically can't do that anymore.
Well, right now, so what I understand, I haven't fully figured this out yet. From what I understand, I've never been on a cruise ship, but I'm already have elite status with Princess, but just me, not my wife. Right? So you really
the
can't
horses
take
and
advantage of it. Like, I guess the elites gets that free dinner with Princess. Well, from what I understand, I get elite status, but I can't do it without my wife. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to go to a dinner and leave my wife sitting, you know.
Well, it's like the cruise I was just on last week, or I guess a couple weeks ago now. On that cruise, I made, of course, I didn't know it until just this past week, but I made platinum status on Royal.
Mhm.
So I'm starting to move up there a little bit. But I sail on so many different cruise lines that
That's
I
right.
haven't established high status with anybody yet.
That's right. Yeah.
But I'm trying as many different ones as I can just for the variety.
But with
And,
that training, you do though.
yeah, and with even with Royal, just with the amount of Royal trips I have scheduled, by this time next year, I should be up to Diamond already.
Diamond. Yeah.
By time I hit the World Cruise, I should be, maybe I'll even hit Pinnacle while I'm on that cruise.
So far, I have Carnival training done. I have Princess training done. I have NCLs done. Almost finished Royal. Then I'm just going to do, I've already started Virgins. And I actually tried to sign into MSC to do theirs, but I can't, for some reason, get back into MSC to do their training. I'm doing all the training for cruising and getting all that done. But just so you know, it's not huge, massive commission sales unless you start selling a lot of it.
Oh yeah.
If you're doing, if anybody ever does it for money, you need to sell the luxury travel items. Me, I'm a budget traveler, and I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing it for the perks of doing it. I will sell travel, and I actually am selling it, but I'm not doing it for money. Like I just got my first paycheck.
And that's the way I'll be. If I get into being a travel, it'll be mainly because I want to keep my hooks involved in travel. I like the planning and the organizing, and it won't be doing it for the money. It'll just be doing it because to me, that'll be my equivalent of what I'm capable of doing for travel.
That's right. Yeah. I just got my first paycheck, and I have no problem saying it's nothing. I made $8.49. That was my first paycheck, and I'm actually proud of it because I'm not really putting much effort into selling anything here in Canada.
Roll that over into McDonald's stock.
You know what? Hey, maybe I should start. It's because this isn't about money. So whatever money I make, I should throw that into like stock. Because like in YouTube, like a lot of us will, like I'm not in YouTube for making money. So if I ever start making money, it goes right back into the channel. So why not do that with travel agent? Because you still get the perks of travel, and you throw that into stock. Wow, hey, good idea, Papa.
Put it into your next cruise budget or something like that too.
Well, what it is, Tommy, is I don't want to say too much, but there's a lot of perks with becoming a travel agent.
Well, I figured there must be, because I remember back in the day when someone booked a trip somewhere or was going to go on a trip, they'd be, okay, well, let me call a travel agent and then we'll see what we can work out. Or, yes, I was talking to my travel agent about going to this place or that place or everything. You don't hear that anymore. You hear, I went online and I booked a trip to wherever it is. Yeah, I don't.
Okay, Tommy, just so you know, it is basically the same way. You go online and book a trip, right? Yep. We do the exact same thing. The difference is those companies pays us commission to book your travel. So say you want to go to Timbuktu.
Yep.
Larry, can you book me a trip to Timbuktu? Okay, I do it. I get commission on it. So I'm bringing them sales. In your case, you're just giving them a sale. So they're not going to give you commission for doing it. So that's how travel
Yeah.
agents get paid. I'm not charging you to book that travel.
Yeah,
I,
'cause
was
more
gonna say, I
often
don't
than
feel
not-
like dealing with this. Larry, can you book me a cruise knowing, because you're a friend of mine. So
Yeah.
I know you'll get a little something for it. And I won't have to go through the pain to book a decent deal for myself if I don't want
Yeah,
to.
And
once
more
my
often than not,
my
you-
nephew found this out, and he says, "Hey, Uncle Larry, now you can just give me that. And what, you want me to give up my commission to give you a better rate?"
Now, more often than not, to me, the biggest advantage of using travel agents, I mean, you're going to find the same rates I can find going online most of the time. But
Yes.
you get the commission and you get to put up with all the headaches it takes when things go wrong and it needs to be figured while I'm out having fun on the trips.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, okay? You know this, Dewey and Papa. I was tasked with finding us this pre-cruise hotel. You wouldn't believe the massive headaches that it took. Like, it is totally simple. Tommy, you know how to book travel, right?
Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
simple. Like
It
for you yourself, go online, go to Expedia. Hey, I want to go on a trip. Here's my flights. Here's my time. Give your credit card. It's simple. Well, when you're doing a group booking, oh
Yeah.
my God, it was like you need to know your master's degree on how to ask this and ask that, and it is sure there's a lot of work to doing group
Oh, yeah.
stuff, Dewey. And so, but I'm okay. I love it. I love travel.
It's like my regular travel agent that I use for my own personal travel when I'm not booking through groups. I ran that guy's ass off during COVID because of all the cancellations. And of course,
The same here.
cancellations, most
Yep.
times they're not making anything.
Never
So I felt so bad because he was always right on top. He treats,
Yep.
maybe I am his number one customer, but if I call with an idea, say, hey, I'm interested, he said, I'll drop everything and get right on it. And he usually does. And so he and his wife had to come to town for something one time. So I paid to put him up at the hotel where I was working at the time, just as a way to kind of thank him, because I know he couldn't be making much money last year off me. But then there's enough things coming up that he will. But and I know what kind of, all these things that while I'm traveling and he's taking care of making sure that things are getting done, rebooking when there's an error or whatever, it's like that stuff I don't have to worry about. I just call whoever the respective travel agent is and said, hey, this is the problem. Can you take care of it? And they do. So,
Yeah. And they don't charge. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like, I don't go to you, Dewey, say, well, this is for, you want to go on this trip here and do this and blah, blah, blah. Well, okay, it's going to cost you an extra $250 because I'm doing all this work. No, it doesn't work that way. It's all
often-
commission based.
Yeah, and often you'll get like going through bigger travel agents and stuff. They have access to give you extra onboard credit or perks that you wouldn't get booking by yourself. So,
Well, that's what I do. That's what. Okay, so if I book this cruise I have no problem saying it. It's okay to say this. I have the ability to make. What they do is they give you points, and then you can put it on to whatever you want. So most travel agents, they'll throw it on onboard credit. That's when you see that onboard credit, it's because we are given the options to put whatever perks we want. We have a certain amount of points, and then we do it, and then most do it as onboard credit. Some even used their points as like a free cruise. Every 10th cabin they book, you get a free cruise. Do you know what I mean? And that's what they do, right? So we have the option to do that.
Thank you for joining us. Have a good day. Bye bye. Merry Christmas tomorrow. Bye bye.
Oh, yes. Merry Christmas.
Also, traveling.
I don't see the chat. I'm on a phone.
Traveling with Nick P. also says Merry Christmas from Willis,
Merry Christmas, Nick.
North Dakota. I just got off the train. Oh, that's Amtrak Nick.
Oh, there, yeah. He's back on the train again. You see, yeah.
Morning from Minnesota here, spending Christmas with my brother. Very nice. Very nice, Nick. I forget where Nick's originally from. Canada, right?
no, he's from
Nick
Minnesota.
P. No, he lives in Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Okay.
Oh yeah, you're darn tootin'.
But
Hey,
My wife
he
was
wants
born in
he wants to
Big
move
Paul.
though, Papa.
huh?
He's in the middle of trying to move. I can't remember down by where Darien is in that area.
Is Darren in Georgia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy, please tell me you've seen Midwest Guy.
Midwest guy?
I never heard that name
I
before.
never
Papa.
heard. I thought you were going to say something else.
Go on.
I thought you were going to say Fargo, to be honest with you.
Oh,
Fargo, North Dakota, or isn't it?
I got a funny story to tell you about that. My wife was born in St. Paul.
Oh, was she?
Yep.
Oh,
and,
wow.
You know, she had a Minnesota accent and stuff, but it never really stood out until we watched Fargo together. And yeah, you betcha. She never realized, and she said that a lot up until that movie, and she hated the way it sounded in the movie. She never said it again. She says, "Do I sound like that?" And I said, "Yeah." Oh my God! It just horrified her to think she was sounding like that.
Papa keeps reminding me of my accent, which I don't hear.
Sorry.
Boat.
Canadians all say boat.
I actually had a friend one time that was so good at identifying accents, he knew I was from South Bend, Indiana. Not just
Wow.
Indiana, but South Bend. And it's like, I didn't even think we had an accent in Indiana.
Nobody thinks they have an accent, but guess what? You do.
He was able to identify where I was born by my accent. It's like, now that's pretty
Thanks for making it reality, Tommy.
good.
Well, you do. Everybody
Yeah.
does.
No, of course, yeah.
And I'm a good accent imitator. If I go into South, all of a sudden I get that drawl and stuff, or whoever I'm talking with, if I'm around long enough, I start to kind of pick it up real quick.
Chameleon.
Yeah, and you don't think about it; it's just something that happens.
You know,
And
I
all
went
of
to
a sudden you
college.
realize, oh my God, I'm not trying to make fun of anybody. It just happens that way.
I went to college in Memphis and also in Jackson, Mississippi. And then I came back up to Memphis to work as a professor and ended up teaching there and fell in love with Memphis as far as the town. So much good music, so much good food, wonderful barbecue. And it has really, really gone downhill lately. But I have great memories from there because I was in college there. You know, everybody has good memories of college. But now let's just say traveling with Nick P, Georgia or Texas, but we will see what comes from this. Okay. Anyway, this Midwest guy, Tommy, you recognize this Midwest guy right off. It is so funny. Let me get in here and see if I can find my groups.
Is it a movie?
No, it's just like a group, and he puts out these videos. He'll say, "Hey, you know, it's me. I'm here to help you." He does the Midwest guy accent. That is.
He wants up here.
Oh, hi, Bubby. Come on. Come up here. Lay down.
Is he a YouTube guy?
Well, I don't know. He's on YouTube. I think he's on YouTube.
Midwest guy.
Yeah.
I've never heard the name, Papa.
His
Midwest guy in New York City.
Charlie Behrens is his name.
Yes. Okay, I see him.
Put on one of his videos just to see.
Okay.
Thanks, Mommy.
All right. I've got him on
By
my
the
phone.
by the way, hi to Mommy Mozo, Papa.
I'll call
Mama Mozo, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, play that, Tommy, and wait, are we allowed to do that?
No, I can't play.
No, you can't. No.
Oh, well, you guys look up Midwest guy. His name's Charlie Behrens.
Yeah, I've got him.
Uh-oh, here comes
on
my wife.
phone. On my
If you
phone,
wanna-
I'll watch.
Here comes my wife, Papa.
If you want to know what
Hi,
Midwest
Amanda.
like,
We're going
average guy from Minnesota,
We're going shopping now?
Yeah.
tell your dad.
Okay.
Coming?
Tell your dad I says hi.
Tell
You said,
your dad I says hi.
Coming jumping?
"Holy cripes!"
Holy cripes.
That was my wife Ananda saying hi, everyone.
Hi.
We're going to be going out shopping.
Ananda.
Oh yeah, I want to go shopping.
Okay. We're going to.
What you
Very
gonna
soon.
buy me?
Yeah,
Dewey's asking, what are you going to buy him?
I don't know.
Dewey, do you drink coffee?
Occasionally, usually only when I'm cruising.
So if we bring like some Tim Hortons coffee, would you try it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we got to bring some Tim Hortons coffee, love, when we go cruising.
Yeah.
You know what? I
Hopefully
just
it's
heard
better
about
than
Tim
Starbucks
Hortons.
because I don't like Starbucks, but I do like Dunkin'.
Mommy,
Yeah. Okay. So you'll like Tim Hortons then.
Mommy's with you, Dewey. Mommy likes Dunkin', but not Starbucks.
Yeah. Starbucks.
Okay. So you guys, yep. There we go. Tommy was going to say something.
Yeah, I had heard about Tim Hortons recently. I'm not a coffee drinker, so I'd never really
Yeah.
heard of it. But I saw some YouTube where they went to one in Canada and they really liked it, and it all really looked good. And
Mm-mm.
they said that there was locations in Minnesota too.
Yeah.
So I thought,
Yes.
well, I'll have to check that out. And I was gonna find one near me, and it turns out that there was Tim Hortons in Minnesota for a couple years, and down the hatch.
Yeah. Well, because
No
you're
more.
so used to one
I don't know
thing.
why.
Like it's really a Canadian franchise, right? You know what I mean? You don't really hear too much of it. It's only in a few places on the East Coast. So you don't really, you don't think of going out to Tim Hortons. You're used to whatever, right? Like we have Starbucks here. Yes, it's popular here too, but that's a different crowd. Sorry, I have to say it that way here. But Tim Hortons is it's not the overly powerful, strong, bitter coffee. It's just a nice, relaxing coffee, I guess. If you're a really huge, massive coffee connoisseur, like all these Colombian coffees, and I don't think this would be great for you. But us Canadians love Tim Hortons. I just had my Timmy's this earlier at home because I have it at home.
I was thinking there was Tim Hortons in Kokomo. I've
Way
got
down in Kokomo.
no
Oh wow.
not Kokomo. Kokomo, Kokomo, Indiana. But I don't know because I thought I heard some friends talking about. They said it's the most incredible donut shop they've ever been to.
Again, it's like a Dunkin' coffee. Like.
But he
Not-
was talking about the donuts are what made
Oh,
me
the
look
donuts.
at that.
They're not famous for donuts.
Well, they look good on the video, I'll tell you that.
Well, right now they got the thing with Justin Bieber, and it is so crazy. The boxes, like we have Timbits. I don't know. Yeah, Dunkin', they sell donut balls at Dunkin',
Yeah.
right?
Mhm. Yeah, donut
So
bowl.
we call them Timbits here. So what it was is Justin Bieber partnered with Tim Hortons, and now they're called Tim Beads. And the boxes, like these small little boxes, says Tim Beads on the side. They're selling them on eBay for $40 freaking dollars. A used box, donut box. They're selling
Oh my
it for $40
gosh.
bucks. I actually got a couple in the van, and I'm just throwing in the garbage. Like I'm not even going to jump on the bandwagon for that. So.
Those are
But
so
anyway, gentlemen,
popular.
I'm being yelled at. My wife says we got to go out shopping now.
Well, have fun shopping, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yes. Oh, shoot. Where'd the camera go? There we go. It's good seeing you guys. Hope all you guys have a wonderful Christmas. Same within the chat. Have a very, very, very Merry Christmas, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
to you.
Christmas, Larry.
Take care.
Merry Christmas.
Now, how do I get out of here? Here we go.
Ooh.
How do I get out of here?
Oh, yeah. How do I
How do I get out of here?
Oh, I'm stuck. I can never get out of here.
It won't close. I closed it.
No,
How
no,
do you
tell ya.
close this? Can somebody help me?
I know that won't
Can't get
be.
any help around here, I tell you. Want to get out of the lunch
Tommy! You're making it more stressful for me, Tommy. I can't find the screen where to shut the video off.
Tommy, have
Oh
you
my God.
have you
I
seen
can hear you talking.
You see your picture in the lower left there?
No, it's gone.
Oh, the whole thing is gone?
Yeah, I'm on my Android phone. You're
Oh,
talking,
you're on your phone.
and I have no clue how to shut this down.
upper right hand corner orange box says end broadcast?
No, that's you.
That's you, Papa.
Well, I'm
No.
just wondering if it's the same on all the screens. I don't know.
Well, Papa can remove you from the stream, and then you can just close out of the app on your phone.
Can I remove him from the screen?
You can. Just click on his picture there.
Oh, remove. Okay. Bye, Plump.
So now he's gone. Can you
Okay.
change this organization? I don't like this.
To which one?
I don't know.
Like,
There's got to be a better one than that.
well, here's
There, that's fine.
that one.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's better than unless there's another one. But
there's
yeah,
another
that's
one.
good. There, that works.
That work?
Yeah, that
Okay.
whole vertical thing doesn't. I'm like, well, how do I get in the middle of this thing?
I was going to ask you, have you seen Back to School?
Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. One of my favorite movies of all time was Sam Kinison. Sam
Yeah.
Kinison.
Oh, in the class.
Tommy sounded a lot like Rodney Davis and
Lose his
Dangerfield there
mind.
for a while.
Say it! Say it! Well, is he right? Well, I know that's what you may believe, and that's what the news media of the day may have taught you to believe. But I happen to view something differently because I was there up to my knees in rice patties. Charlie's coming up. I mean, that guy went crazy. Tore the desktop up and threw it.
I remember the first time I saw Sam Kinison, he just cracked me up. And he was doing this bit about how we're always raising money for the starving people in Africa. And, he's just talking about Africa. And he's like, somebody should just go over there and with some U-Hauls and explain to the people, move to where the food is.
When we were little, one of my mom's favorite things to get us to eat was just think of all those poor starving kids in Africa.
Yeah.
And one day I just handed her my plate and said, then send it to them because I don't want it. That was not the thing to say to mother.
No, it was not. No.
That was always my thing with soft eggs. When I was a little boy, I liked hard-boiled eggs. But she would cook them in the morning, like over easy, before we went to school. And I always thought they were runny and gross. And she had an awful time getting me to eat when I was a little boy, believe it or not. And I'm like, I don't want this. I'm whining around. She's like, what do you think about all those poor little kids over in Africa that don't have any eggs to eat? I'm like, well, I mean, they can have mine. And I really meant it from my heart. I thought, we can somehow mail it to them. She wasn't amused by that at all.
Yeah, they don't like it when you turn their logic around.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. There's two things I don't like: fish and coffee. Coffee was never a problem for me as a kid, but fish was, because my mom used to like to just make fish sticks for us because I think they were easy to make. You got 4 kids, and here you go. Here's your fish sticks. And I just said, one night I was just like, no, not. I can't eat another fish stick. And we went in the battle. Pretty soon my whole family's downstairs watching TV and I'm sitting there in front of my plate.
And I grew up in the time when as a Catholic, we grew up where every Friday was no meat Fridays and not just during Lent like it is now.
Oh.
And I hated fish and stuff as well. So it was like tuna or cheese, or that was it. I didn't even like peanut butter and jelly as a kid.
Yeah. So yeah, eventually I think my dad sent my mom up and said, come on down, forget it then.
I promise when I was a little boy, I'm right there with you, Tommy. I wanted to catch the first Trailways bus out to Boston and go meet up with that Mr. Gorton of Gloucester and kick his ass for catching all those nasty fish that went into fish sticks. Remember of Gorton's of Gloucester?
Yeah.
The guy getting soaked with rain and he had his hat on. He was making fish sticks. And I thought, and I was a fisherman from the time I was a little boy.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember thinking, I've never caught a fish in my life that looked like this.
Yeah.
That looks like, 3 inches long and 1 inch wide.
Yeah.
And man, then Mother would take the bottle of ketchup and just pour the ketchup over it. Wouldn't give the ketchup to me. She just doused it. Doused it in catsup. CATSUP. He's in here. Oh, that dog's gonna do me in. But we would get ketchup to put over, and man, I'm telling you, all that ketchup just about made me throw up.
Throw up. Yeah.
Hi, babe.
Hi.
But I don't know. I don't like. I like ketchup on certain things. I can deal with it on a burger. I can deal with it. I can deal with it on a hot dog, provided there's enough mustard to counter it. But I
I
like
always liked ketchup and mayonnaise together, and so many people thought that was the grossest combination.
ketchup and paydays.
Mayonnaise.
Oh, mayonnaise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now I grew up. Mother called Miracle Whip. She called that mayonnaise.
That same with me. I was a Miracle Whip kid, so first time I ever had mayonnaise that wasn't Miracle Whip, I thought, oh, this stuff's nasty.
I went and stayed with my aunt and uncle. They had a cabin cruiser on Lake Wawasee in northern Indiana. I went to stay
I
with them
know where that's at. I went to summer camp there.
at Lake Wawasee.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
I was like 7 years old, 7 or 8 years old.
We stayed out on the lake. We stayed there for like 10 days. And
I figured, if we're having a little Christmas party here, we could have a little Christmas music in the background.
that won't get me busted, will it?
No. This is I'm turning it down a little bit. This is epidemic sound, so you have no.
I don't even understand their rules.
Well, you just pay a certain amount a month, and then you can use any of their songs without any.
I love
Yeah.
Epidemic.
I used to know the copyright law when I was in music and writing and performing and things like that. But way back when, we never had YouTube, and I don't always understand the ins and the outs of YouTube.
But sometimes I think they make up their own rules too.
You may be right on that, Dewey. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, nowadays there's all these algorithms that can catch if there's a copyright infringement on songs or certain things like that. Whereas before, you could put out a video and nobody would even know about it unless it got broadcast, to the entire public and you were making money on it. Then an artist could find it and say, hey, that's not cool. But on YouTube, it's all computerized and algorithms say, oh, that matches this guy's song over here. We better notify this guy that this song is being used in a thing. And then they just go through those and say, nope, 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 nope.
Okay, let me share something with you. Since you said that you shared that with me, I certainly accept that as truth because I don't have any knowledge of technology. But from a musician standpoint, there are really only about half a dozen actual variations on the bass line of songs. 1-4-5, 1-3-6, 2-5, 1-4-7-1. There's only about a half a dozen variations on the bass note. Almost all songs have their music is built around the bass.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with that in mind, if that's all they're looking for, it's very easy to match up a 4-measure section of bass notes from just about any song. And most copyright problems used to come in after only 2 measures, after only 4 beats, or 8 beats, excuse me. So now this was back when. So if that's what their algorithms are looking for now, it's going to be very easy to find. And there's going to be a lot of things that stick into that mold.
No, see, I know what you're talking about because I've seen comedians that will play the same 4 chords, and basically the same exact song, and then go into 20 different songs that are all basically the same exact song. And you're right. There's a limited amount of, notes that'll work to make a song, and grooves and things like that. But with what what the algorithms look for. You know how when you play a song on, or I don't know if you edit a song in YouTube, but you can see when you're talking on a microphone, you can see the sound waves that go. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Those are unique for songs too. That's so you could have, all of those, all the different things that makes one big sound wave, and those are all unique to that individual song, because it's not just the bass, it's the guitar, and all of those are creating their own waves, and you put them together. And if YouTube finds something that matches that sound wave, then that's what catches you. So
they're not just looking for the bass.
no, it's looking for that sound wave, a unique characteristic to that
Because
file.
I was just thinking that would be the first alert, like, same bass note, same bass note, same bass note, and then their algorithm or whatever. And I don't even know how we lost Dewey.
Oh.
I don't even know how algorithms work. But I thought, if that's what catches YouTube's ear first, it's going to be fairly easy to find. But again, I didn't know. I understand what you're saying, and if that's how YouTube works, and God knows, I know you definitely understand this better than I do. What do you got planned for tomorrow?
Well, I've got a little tradition with my parents, something that we used to do as when we were a family growing up. On Christmas Eve, we would have like sandwiches and chips and chip dip and shrimp, and then some cookies and nice little things, sit around, listen to some Christmas music. And then we would go to church after that and then look at Christmas lights. And over the years,
It's very nice.
oh, that's okay, Dewey. We'll get you back up.
I was talking to you, Tommy, about your traditions.
Yeah, so we had we always had a tradition of doing that, and then the next morning would be Christmas morning, and we'd all get up and do that. So over the years, I've got two brothers and a sister. They've grown up, had kids, get married, so they kind of do their own family things on Christmas Eve now. But I still go over to my parents on Christmas Eve, so I'll be going over there in a few hours, and we don't do the church part of it anymore and go out and look at Christmas lights, but we still get together and have some sandwiches and sit around, talk, listen to some Christmas music, and just have a nice relaxing time. Maybe we'll watch Christmas Vacation or Scrooge or something like that afterwards, and then call it a night. And then I'll be back over there at noon tomorrow, and our whole family gets together. It used to be a big present thing where everybody got presents for everybody and all the kids and everything, but it gets to be spendy for me, especially when you have 6 nieces and nephews and no kids.
Right.
So you're buying for everybody and no one's buying for you. And somebody finally realized that and said, okay, enough of buying. The kids will do their own little gift exchange, drawing names, Secret Santa.
Right.
And the adults can do that too, rather than buying for every single person. I got to buy for my brother, my sister, my other sister, my other brother, and then all the kids. So, and now my parents have said, we don't need gifts. We you know what? We're at a point in our lives where we don't need more knickknacks or paddywhacks. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
And so, just kind of over some time, it's basically developed into where I'm out of that, having to get presents and everything for my family, because it's not really about that anymore. It's about everyone getting together and just talking. My parents get some stuff for us, but nothing huge. It's not like it was when we were kids and get 5 different things, but they do a little something for us. And
how many siblings do you have?
I've got 2 brothers and a sister.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And both of your parents are still alive. That's a blessing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So mom and dad are still hanging around there, and
Everybody kind of in the same general geographic area.
yep. We grew up in St. Louis, Missouri, and then
Oh.
in my senior year of high school, when I was about to start my senior year, we moved up here to Minnesota. So my older brother was in college, and he changed to one up here to the U of M, and then my younger brother and sister and I went to my last year of high school here, and then to community college after that, and then we all just kind of stuck around right here in this area. So that turned out nice.
You know, a friend of mine named Kelly Boston, we went to high school together. Boston is her married name. She lives there, somewhere around there, and she's the coach for the ladies swim team, not the diving, the swim team at the college at the University of Minnesota, I think. Is that the one there in Minneapolis?
For what?
The University of Minnesota?
Yeah.
That would have like the ladies swim team.
Yeah.
She's the one. She's their coach,
Oh, okay.
and she was a fabulous swimmer in high school. When we went to high school 100 years ago, she was good.
Oh,
And I'm so glad she stuck with it. You know, she's a very, very nice lady, and I never pictured. She always had a real good tan, and like her hair always looked bleached out, always. But she was in chlorine all the time.
yeah.
Most of the year it was bleached out. They always vacationed down in Sanibel Island, Florida. So I just knew whenever she graduated, she was going to move to Miami or Tampa or somewhere down that way, you know. And I was stunned to learn a few years ago, she hit me up on Facebook and she said, "Alan, how are you?" And I said, "Oh my gosh, it's good. It's good to see you." And I said, "Well, where do you live?" And she said, "Minnesota." I said, "Minnesota?" That cracked me up because I just did not have that idea for her. But she seems to love it, and she's very fulfilled in her work.
Oh, that's great.
And that's a good thing, too. How big is the college there? How big is that school?
The U of M is pretty good. It's pretty good sized. I mean, I don't know how many students are there, but there's campuses that go all over Minneapolis.
Okay. Wow. I've never been. The only thing I've been with Minneapolis, I may have played there years ago, but I don't remember it if I did. I do remember driving through Minneapolis on our way out to Seattle. You know, if you're going to take the long way home, that's the way you go. And I actually like the drive through, even through North Dakota and Montana, Idaho. I love that drive. But I will tell you, it was a heller. It was a hell of a drive.
Yeah.
You had to be prepared with your big boy pants on for that. And I don't want to ever do that again. I'm through driving. I was going to ask you, you say you like these short, or these, you're not into cruises. I've never cruised outside cruises that have been bought for me by family or loved ones. If I had to pay for it, there's no way I could do it. As of right now, my retirement money is totally gone. For good reasons, but nonetheless, it's kind of a rough result. But it is what it is, and I'm doing this cruise basically for my wife.
Yeah.
It's something she really wants to do. It's important to her. She doesn't mind me going around on my electric scooter. And I told her, I said, you know, we can't do this anymore. You let me know if she enjoys doing something together, something like that together. But I grew up doing things like what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I got a real bang out of Gatlinburg, and this was back before Gatlinburg was a tenth of what it is now.
Yeah.
Used to Gatlinburg was like the Dells was 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Um, I enjoyed the Dells, but we only got up here once when I was a boy.
Oh, okay.
It was a long way from Indianapolis. We went to Kings Island for the day for the amusement park, Kings Island there north of Cincinnati. We went to Cedar Point up near Cleveland, west of Cleveland, in Sandusky, Ohio. That was a day trip.
Mm-hmm.
That was a long day trip, but we went. In the wintertime, we took the toboggan sled on the ice trail. It had ice rails and went down that 1,500-foot long ice slope. Oh my gosh, what fun that was.
Yeah.
It was called Pokagon State Park. It's up very near the Michigan border, but it's just in Indiana. So I really like things like, what you're talking about, smaller, more economic. My father was a factory worker. He worked for General. We were never a wealthy family, and we gave extensively to the church.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not complaining. I don't regret it. I'm glad we did. But that didn't leave a lot for other things. So my dad, who was very frugal, we would go to some of these places and really, really had the time of our lives.
Oh, yeah.
I have never, to my knowledge, been to Branson in all my travels. And I have a niece that lives right downtown by that big, like a plaza, not a plaza, theater, amphitheater.
Okay. Yeah. There's quite a few of those out there.
Yeah, well, there's a big one right downtown, and I want to say City Center, but I don't think that's what it's called. And she said it's right on the water or something right down there. And she tells me everybody knows it. I've never been there, so I don't have a point of reference. My late sister was best friends with the tourism director for the Dells. And I cannot think of that woman's name. I met her once or twice. And when my sister was getting ready to die, that guitar playing guy came to her hotel room there and sang 3 or 4 songs with her.
Oh.
While my sister couldn't. She not only could she not sing it, I think she just barely understood what he was doing, but you could see the little tears coming down her poor cheeks. And
yeah,
it meant a lot to that fella, and I cannot remember his name. My brother-in-law could tell me if I asked him, but I thought that was really special. And everything I've seen, all the footage, not just you, but Danny Griswold, which is Griswold Family Vacay.
Yeah.
And the other guy, Raphael Viso, he and his group, he's with Viso's Travel. That's another channel. They do it all. They do local trips and also cruises and things like that. I think Darian of Magnificent Germany, Darian's Magnificent Germany, whatever. I think he's been over there to the Branson. What I've seen, it's a very, very family oriented place. It's not some, it's not some filthy dog pie.
Yeah.
It looks like a much more family oriented place. I'm at the point in my life, I don't need a discotheque,
Right.
I checked out of there 30 years ago. Honest to God, I did. And I don't regret it. I'm very happy with the life I chose. I don't know how long I would have lived if I'd have stayed doing some of the things I did. I was always so big.
Yeah.
I weighed 420 when I was in my 20s. And I mean, that's just not healthy by any standard. and I was just going down quick. Had a heart attack when I was 29, no, 30. I was 30 when I had my first heart attack.
Mhm.
Then we got our children. And my God, what a blessing. But again, most of their lives, I've been sick, very sick, busy having strokes, breaking bones, busting up, the floor with my face, and all kinds of things that, my family should never have had to go through. And I really wish I could go back and take them to some of these places and go myself. Uh,
Yeah.
one one thing about it though, we did have a place up in Reedsburg, Wisconsin,
Mhm.
which is a little bit west of the Dells.
Yeah.
We would always come back and do in town whatever we wanted to do in town. We always rented a pontoon. It was very nice, and I know the river well. Um, but we'd go on the upper Dells
Yeah.
because it's a little more free, and there aren't all the stumps that you have to worry about in the lower Dells. But uh, it was so much fun. And my girls, one thing we did, we gave them some great, great memories of the Dells. One time we went over to Christmas Mountain, and they have a golf course. They got 3 golf courses actually on Christmas Mountain, or they did have. The girls wanted to go sledding. So I said, okay, do a belly slide. And he said, what's a belly slide? I said, lay on your belly and slide down the hill.
Yeah.
Do that. We're not as bad as you. I'm like, oh, shut up, kid. They were right, though.
Yeah.
We had some fun memories at the Dells. Cooking out. Oh, we used to cook out all the time there because in the summer it was just so hot. But wonderful, wonderful family venue, the Dells.
Did you ever go to the Tommy Bartlett water show?
Absolutely, and loved it.
Yeah.
Have you been to?
I went to it turned out to be the last year of it because I went in 2019.
Is it off?
Yep. COVID knocked it out.
Oh man,
Yep.
Tommy Bartlett was awesome.
Yeah. It was almost like going back in time.
Absolutely.
It was like, well, first of all, the walk down there, they've got all this history of the Tommy Bartlett and the some of the first boats that they used in the show, and it's almost like a museum, just walking down to the stands, which I thought was cool. And then the show itself was, where do you see that anymore with the women in the pyramid water skiing and some of the stuff that they have, and it was just such an awesome show. I just had such a good time there. I was so glad that I got to film that. And then I was thinking about going back again the next year. Well, I think the next year then turned out to be COVID. But I was going to go the following, hopefully like this year, I was going to maybe try to do that again. And no, but it closed down now. So,
Gosh,
which is just terrible. It's such a staple for the Dells.
it is terrible because I grew up spending my summers on a lake in northern Indiana, Lake Schaefer, where Indiana Beach is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little amusement park in northern Indiana, there in Monticello, Indiana. And my aunt and uncle had a place on Lake Schaefer. Well, some of their neighbors on the lake there participated in the ski show there down at the Indiana Beach, which was the amusement park.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd come by every morning and pick up Susie, and Susie'd go down to the beach. And we caught a ride on their boat with them one time and rode down there. And we jumped off the boat on the pier, and then Susie went ahead and went on around the corners where they all got dressed and stuff. And it was so magical. It's just like you're saying, now theirs wasn't quite as big. I think theirs was, I was thinking, well, no, maybe it was 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess it was 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. It was like a bowling set. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. They were like a bowling pin set. 4 on the bottom,
Yeah.
2, 1. And, wow, just that they could stay up there You know,
Yeah.
not to mention having a, oh, hi, hello, Sean. Very good to have you, my friend. We've got Tommy Travels. Tommy is on here enjoying some conversation with my friend from Minneapolis area. This is Sean from
From
Melbourne.
the Down Under Cruises.
That's, but I will tell you, Tommy, you're exactly right. That ski show, I hate to hear that Tommy Bartlett's not on there anymore.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that. Do you remember a few years back when the levee broke and the lake drained, Lake Delton drained into
Yeah.
into the lower dells? I couldn't believe it when I drove up to it, and I thought, well, what's under construction? I looked around there; there was no construction, and so I drove around the barricade and started to keep on flying across there on Highway A.
Mm-hmm.
I slammed on my brakes all I could to get stopped in time. And I was like, holy crap, I'm just about to go off the edge here.
Yeah.
And I saw, that, and I had no idea that it had happened. Then I went back and looked for footage I asked the Google for footage on that, that collapse. And what do you know? It was just a freak thing. And I saw huge house fall into the water. The water just swallowed them up.
Yeah.
And, it was interesting too what was underneath there when it was all drained. It was interesting what remained at the bottom of the lake.
Oh yeah.
Wow. You never know when you're scoping around there on your boat, zipping all over the lake. You don't realize what you're riding over.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And I've
That's-
always liked the duck boats too. The duck boats.
Oh my gosh, I love the duck boats. I've done 3 adventures on duck boats, I think, out there.
Did you ever take the jet boats?
I didn't. I would like to, but the problem is with the duck boats is they play copyrighted music really loudly on there as you're going through as they're doing the show.
On the duck boats or on the jet boats?
On the jet boats. On
Oh,
the duck boats it's fine, but on the I watched a couple videos of the jet boats on there. 2 issues that I have with it is, one is how wet is my camera going to get if I try to go on there and film?
it
And I know that it
wet.
gets, yeah, and I can't. I've got a pretty expensive camera that isn't exactly what you'd call waterproof, so I can't have it get soaking wet.
Do they build any type of plastic or something that you can put around your camera for underwater filming, or no?
Not for this kind.
Okay.
It's just a Sony camera like this.
Okay.
And they don't build any type of an underwater filming like they do with some of the portable cameras and stuff like that that are made for doing underwater. But I could probably try to rig something up with plastic bags or something like that. But
Mm-mm.
no,
but
I don't think it'd be as good of quality. And and then the music on top of that just says, okay, well that's out. That one's out for me on
yeah,
that.
I wouldn't take the chance. But if you got a camera that's good, that is that good, I don't believe I'd even chance it.
Yeah. And so maybe if I get a GoPro or something like that, but then still, even with that, that if I was with a waterproof camera, the music is an issue then too, because I like to commentate over what's going on.
Well, that's what I started to say. Maybe you could, go in silent mode, just get the video, and then go back home and do some narration. But you're still into the issue of the moisture.
Yeah.
So,
And I don't like narrating over the top of stuff like that if I don't have to. There's been a few times where I've had to. There was a cave in Wisconsin that for some reason they didn't allow filming in. So I could only take pictures and then narrate the tour afterwards. But I don't like doing that. I like to have.
I just had a thought. There's a place in Indiana. Well, let's see. Down in southern Indiana, down like right close to the
Mhm.
Ohio River, called the Wyandotte Caves.
Yeah.
And then there's also on down Interstate 65, and I don't remember if it's in Kentucky or in Indiana, right there somewhere in that strip, Mammoth Cave.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be near Cave City exit off of 65 going
Mhm.
north or south. They're heading toward Indianapolis or toward Mobile, but 65, they're somewhere near or just south of the Kentucky-Indiana line. Look up Mammoth Cave. It's supposed to be
Mhm.
the largest cave in the United States, and I remember it being very big, even when I was little. But maybe I was just seeing it through a child's eyes. It's been years since I've been there, but it was really neat. If you ever want to take an interesting trip down that way, there's things to see and do in Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to the Louisville Slugger Museum.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's also the Corvette Museum is down that way.
Oh yeah.
The Corvette Museum is in Bowling Green, 2 words, Bowling Green, Kentucky. And that's if you like a Corvette. These remind me of you, these type of trips.
Yeah, that's all stuff I would do.
Yeah.
There's a place in Kentucky in Paducah. There's Hillbilly Gardens.
Hill
that I've gone-
Gardens.
Yes.
I'm not
This guy-
familiar with it.
His name is Keith Holt, and he kind of inherited some land and in Paducah, and on the land there was a whole bunch of
Hillbilly
junk.
Gardens.
Yeah.
Hillbilly Gardens. Apple Valley
Here
Hillbilly.
it is. Apple
Yep.
Hillbilly
That's
Garden,
him.
Toyland.
Apple Valley Hillbilly
Toy,
Garden.
Toy Museum in Marshall County, Kentucky. Oh wow.
Yeah, he's got his whole acreage that he has there. He makes junk into art projects. And then he's also got a little building there that has all these toys from the past. If you get a chance to watch my video on it, I think you'd enjoy it.
Oh
It
my
is-
goodness.
It's amazing. And he's so funny too. Things that he does. Yes, that's it. Tons of
Great. Oh my God.
unbelievable. And he had, for his artwork out there on his grounds, everything has a pun that goes with it. And it's just absolutely hysterical. I had such a fun time visiting over there. And yes, that's it. That's him.
Got the little Apple Valley Hillbilly Garden in Toyland. Oh, that's
Mhm.
cool. I've never even heard of that, Tommy.
Yeah. If you want to see my video on there, I just look around for it. It was around the same time I did the Superman Museum in Metropolis, Illinois. I was there and I met Nomadic Hippie and stuff stuck in a truck.
Tommy Travel Hillbilly Museum. Tommy Travels, a fun day at the Celebrity Car Museum in Branson, Missouri. That must be a different one.
That is a different one. Let me see if I can.
A return trip to Pioneer Auto Show featuring. Okay, that's not it.
Oh, maybe because he's. Let me see here.
Video
Tommy Travels.
vacation. Hillbilly Tommy Jack. No, that's My Terrifying Night at Screamtown.
Oh, yeah.
That's great. Screamtown's abandoned hayride.
Yeah, that was fun.
Ooh, that guy looks creepy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Uh,
Keep going back a little bit.
yeah,
If you're on my channel.
I am. I'm scrolling down. Well, I think I am. It keeps bringing up your videos, so
Yeah.
yours and this scantily clad young lady, right together. One for
Oh.
Tommy, one for the hooker, one for Tommy, one for the hooker. Oh, that looks cool. What is that? Shocking CCTV hidden security camera video. Oh, that's probably a Sasquatch thing.
Oops.
The grid. Controversial scene. Okay. Man, Doug.
Oh wait, I know what I can do. Hang on.
Oh, hello. My goodness, that's Daisy Duke. Indeed, it is.
Tommy Travels Hillbilly Gardens Adventure, Paducah, Kentucky.
Here is Apple Valley Hillbilly Garden in
Oops.
Toyland.
Oh, whoops! I shouldn't. I'll do it this way. I'll find it and I'll text it to you. How about that?
That's perfect. That's perfect because I'm scrolling through here, but I'm not getting.
If you just go to Tommy Travels, and then let's do that. Let me just
Tommy Travels channel.
go to my channel, and then go under videos.
Travel with Tommy. That's not the one I want. See, that gets confusing because it's like it says I'm not subscribed, but that's not your channel anyway.
Oh,
Travel with Tommy. Yours is Tommy Travels.
yeah, Tommy Travels.
Tommy Travel.
I'll find it pretty quick here.
Back up off of this. Tommy Travel. Hillbilly Museum. Hillbilly Toy Museum, is it?
Oh, Tommy Travels. Hang on, it's right around here. Apple Valley Hillbilly Gardens and Toyland. I'm gonna find this real quick. 1 second. Boom. Papa Mozo. We're gonna find you.
Apple Valley. Let's see what that brings up. Apple Valley Hillbilly Garden. And oh, here we go.
Oh, you got it. Okay, cool. I was just gonna text it to you.
Apple Valley Hillbilly Garden.
It should have a picture of a guy on a tractor.
So it's like 25 minutes.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Okay, so it's this one right here, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That the right one?
Hang on. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Okay.
So just keep that handy, and then you can watch it.
Okay, save to what? No, save to playlist. On which list? Oh boy. I can't put you in my monkeys videos. I'm obsessed with monkeys now. These monkeys have got a hold on me. Oh, that's cool. Bizarre what? Bizarre Kent. Oh, Bizarre Kentucky Creations and Collection of Keith Holt. Okay, I'm going to save to what? Oh, come on. Don't do this. Don't do that.
Today's adventure takes us westwards.
Is that the bridge you're going over?
Yeah.
That big.
Attraction, a very
Yeah, it's bringing me from Illinois into Kentucky.
quite some time.
Oh, okay. So that was the Minneapolis bridge.
No. Mm-mm.
There is snow on the ground.
I did that adventure right after.
Who is that guy?
That's Adam the Woo.
Apple Valley.
Oh, okay. So you're watching Adam the Woo's version.
So check this out. Join me,
Oh,
shall we? Normally I
Hang on.
oh, the Daily Woo. No. I've got yours already saved, Tommy.
Oh, you do already. Okay.
No,
Oh, so you must have clicked on another one then.
well, they're right together.
Oh.
Can you see my
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah.
yours is
Mhm.
here, I think,
Yeah.
and then the Daily Woo is down
Yeah.
here. I didn't, I thought it was the same one. Because apparently, it's the same place.
Yeah.
Yours is. I just want to make sure I had the right one saved.
Yeah.
And there's another one. This one's Adventures of Moorman.
Yeah, there's quite a few YouTubers that have have visited him.
One called Someplace or Another. I don't know any of these people. Blue Wave Odyssey. They Might Be Bricks. Kentucky Farm Bureau, Kentucky Bluegrass. No, I don't need any of those.
Yeah, there's a ton of YouTubers that go there. Nomadic Hippie has been there too.
Really. I've never heard of it. I used to travel for a living.
Mm-hmm.
But that's okay. You know what this reminds me of? Let me see if it's still in business. Have you ever heard of the Dickeyville Grotto?
No.
I think the guy was like a Catholic or some kind of a high church. Maybe he was Anglican. I don't remember. Let me see.
I've heard of Grotto of the Redemption. I've been there in Iowa before.
It's very near there.
It's huge. It's a huge. I've done an adventure there too. Grotto of the Redemption.
Is it like a complex?
Yes, it's all made out of stones from the local little quarry stones that were taken in from all over the world.
And they're real pretty.
Yes.
Okay,
And
that's the one I went to when I was a boy. I thought it was the Dickeyville Grotto, but it was in Iowa, wasn't it?
Yeah, Grotto of the Redemption in the middle of nowhere.
Grotto of the Redemption.
Yeah.
Grotto of the Redemption, Iowa.
Yes. And it's a whole complex.
See, this is exactly where I went. When I was 12 years old, my dad took me on a tour kind of the Midwest, but more toward the West. When I was 13, we went on a tour of the Midwest, but more east, like Ohio and eastern Kentucky, down around Cincinnati and Lexington and all that. But on this trip, we went to see my grandfather, who lived in Wisconsin, in Evansville, Wisconsin, maybe.
Okay.
And Beloit, and there's another one south of Madison. I can't remember. But Grandpa took us to this place, and I thought it was in his side of the state. But you're exactly. I'm glad you corrected me on that. I went there and walked through, just dumbfounded that this guy did it. Like took his whole life to do it or whatnot.
He did. He had health problems, and he was just getting into the ministry, and he made a deal with God. Basically, he said that if you let me live, I will spend the rest of my life honoring you to pay working for you, and that's what he came up with. Yes.
I don't know if I'm on it or not.
Move it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've done an adventure there. That was so fun. They've even got this at the end of the tour. You go into this little room that shows different types of rocks that are used in putting this together, and some of them glow in the dark, so they turn out the lights and they show those. Super fun.
Tommy.
I could text you that one. That was way back. You'll have a tough time finding that one.
Tommy Travel. So Tommy Travels. 21 minutes and 38 seconds.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's incredible, Tommy. 3 years ago, it says.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put this into a playlist, which is this one. You're on my travel playlist. Oh, I got some new stuff to watch. If I don't do it, Tommy, while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
What's part of these terrible strokes? They have stolen not only my memories, but my short-term memories. By the time I get to the restroom, I'll forget what I'm going there for, and then I'll crap my pants. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's that silly.
Oops, that's a reminder. What I went in here for.
I'm thinking the color brown. You guys would like jet boating in New Zealand. Oh my goodness. I bet I would, Sean. I like jet boating. I really don't think my heart doctor would let me do it now because anything. I have to be careful. Even I wanted to rent a ski boat, and he said absolutely, unequivocally, no, 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 can't do it. You're going to have to stick with the pontoon and be careful the waves you take on. And it was hard to do, but I just thought, well, I don't want to be out here on the boat enjoying a beautiful time with my wife, and then them having to call 911 and me dying on the day when we were supposed to be having so much fun. Just wasn't worth all that youthful enjoyment of a fast boat. So we started renting pontoons instead, and believe me, we have wonderful times out there. We'll go out to we'll pull up onto a sandbar. We'll ditch the boat onto a sandbar and get out with a little hibachi grill and soup it up and get it going. Pop a few burgers on there. Nothing fancy, just having a good day. Some burgers and some fried bologna. Oh, it makes everything all right.
Beautiful, beautiful. Najuma Brown is in here with, I almost said in the mix, but yes, welcome.
We are all mixed. Najuma, oh my God. Najuma, you sweet thing. It's always good to have you. You know what I'm going to do just for you? I'm going to put this back in here. Najuma usually comes up and talks with us.
Oh, okay.
She is a sweetie, and she's going on the October cruise with us.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Tommy, my thing is, I wanted to tell you earlier, my big thing that I will look forward to on this cruise is the chance to meet and spend time fellowshipping with people.
Oh, yeah.
That's my big thing. I spent 35 years of my life in the ministry.
Mm-hmm.
We have a church of 4,000 here right now. And that's our way. That's what we do.
Mm-hmm.
We're automatically drawn, and it's reversal too. People are automatically drawn to us. They'll confess their whole life story without me even asking. And I think that's a divine arrangement. I think God knows who can handle what, and not everybody can handle what people say. My wife has had women come to her and say, "What do I do? I just got raped by my stepdad." And it's like, oh, of course, there's that. And instantly we have to say, well, here's the
Good luck with all that.
Yeah.
Is that what you say?
Thank God we don't have the baggage.
Well, better you than me.
Ooh. Najuma saying hi to Dana, or to Sean, and Sean saying hi. I really enjoyed the jet boating. I loved getting splashed with tons of water. Loved it, loved it, loved it. It does take a little beating, and anything that beats right here where where that cabbage, I got a big cabbage right there.
Yeah.
Anything that bone is still tender. It's still tender to touch. And they don't want me diving in water anymore. I was always a very proficient swimmer from the time I was a child. I never remember learning to swim. I always knew. But they just want me taking it easy if I'm going to swim. They don't want my heart rate up high for any amount of time. If it gets up to 120, I'm supposed to stop and settle down. Whereas when I was younger, they was like, get it up to 140 and keep it there for 30 minutes. And you'll have good weight loss and good cardio.
Now they said, no, don't, you know what? Just sit down, relax.
Just sit on the couch, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay. So I got that one saved.
Yeah.
Grotto.
You like that one. That one was really
Tommy. I so appreciate that, because that is a fond memory from my childhood. I was 12 years old when we went through Iowa, Wisconsin, back through Chicago. We stopped in a western suburb of Chicago called Sandwich, Illinois.
Oh.
And we met my dad's great aunt. And his auntie took us to a little shop downtown. And we ordered a hamburger or something. She said, now you can go home and tell all your friends that you had a sandwich at Sandwich. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. I was 12 years old. I'm like, I had a sandwich in Sandwich. And you're like, you look like you ate half the town. But Grotto of the Redemption. Tommy, I know I've asked you this before. How old are you? Are we the same age? You and I the same age?
I think we're close. I'm 53.
Okay, I'm 54. I'll be 55 in February.
Mhm.
I thought we were like within a year or two. I knew
Yeah.
we were the same generation. I knew.
Yes, exactly.
I remember when I was a kid and my dad was in his 50s, and I thought, geez, what kind of dinosaur is ruling me? You know, and I love my father, but he just seemed archaic.
Yeah. When you're a little kid, it just seems like I remember when we lived in St. Louis, we have our grandparents lived in a little town next to where I was born, in Two Rivers, Wisconsin. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but it's kind of north of Green Bay, and then my aunts and uncles and cousins and all of them lived in the Green Bay area, and so we would always go up for Thanksgiving. We'd go up on that Wednesday, and we would go to Two Rivers and stay with my grandparents.
I'm sorry.
And- oh, you all right?
Yeah, I just sneezed my head off.
Oh,
God,
bless you.
what was that? Working on that new heart attack.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And
One more.
one more. Very nice. Nicely done.
One day that's
Yeah.
going to take me, and you just let him know, well, we were online and he sneezed, and
That got his heart rate up there.
heart rate instantly to 120 and dropped.
Anybody else want me to come live with them?
Found him with one in his hand.
Show of hands. No. But then on
To, Green
Thanksgiving,
Bay for your Thanksgiving in Green Bay.
yeah. So then on Thanksgiving, my aunt and uncle and cousins would come down from Green Bay, and we'd have Thanksgiving at my grandparents all together. And we just loved our cousins. We had such a fun time. We'd play in our grandparents' basement, and we were like, you know, can you imagine someday when we're in our 40s and still, you know, what would that be like? Wow, you know. And now it'd be great to be in my 40s again.
I remember when my parents were in their 40s and I was a tiny boy. I was like 4 years old. I had older parents, not super old, but older, because my mother died last December and she died at 84.
Mm-hmm.
Dad is 88 this year, regrettably, because I had this amputation last week. They won't let me walk on this foot anywhere, not even out of the house. And so can't go be with my father, and I so want to be, but he's 88 this year. And my gosh, you got to talk about gratitude. I'm grateful. He wasn't perfect, but he was perfect for our family,
Yeah.
you know?
Mhm.
And God bless, the man worked his butt off. Literally, he's a hatchet butt little man. And he just taught us a work ethic, taught us to care and love people unconditionally. I didn't just get that from my mother. Mother definitely told us that every day. Love everyone, son. But Dad did too.
Mhm.
Dad was not afraid. He would not let go of money easily. But if he felt like a person genuinely needed it, I remember many times my father would take a family to the grocery store. My father was a misogynist, so he would usually take the man of the house, say, well, come on, Dave, we're going to buy you and your family a week's worth of groceries. And he did that many times, and he would drop $100. And back, 50 years ago, $100 was a lot of money.
Oh yeah. That was a lot of, probably a couple carts full of.
Absolutely. You could get a great big bag of potatoes and a bag of flour and stuff and cooking oil and stuff like that to make, staples and things like that. And he did not mind doing that. And that's where I got it from, which is why I now have zero retirement money, but I kind of went overboard.
Yeah.
But I talk like that, it's only in jest, because I really, really am glad that I had the opportunity to do it, because people Oh my gosh, I can't tell you. People have been so kind to me. I've been kind to people, but don't ever think it doesn't come back to us, because it does. No matter who we are, God makes a way somehow for it to come around back to us.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness, I've been on here 3 hours.
Yeah, hasn't it time flown by?
It has. A childhood memory for me was going to a place in South Africa called God's Window in what was then known as
Transvaal?
Transvaal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my sight is getting worse by the day, I promise. Transvaal, V-A-L-L, no,
No, it's Transvaal, VAAL.
V-double-A-L. Okay, Transvaal, yeah. I don't know why I was having trouble seeing it. I did put the link back in there, Sean, if you want to come on. But Sean, I don't know if he's working. No, wait, he's not working. What time is it? Oh, there was my phone.
It's 3:11 right now.
It's much later than that in Aussie land. Let's look up Melbourne.
Oh, where they're at.
You're right,
Oh, yeah.
right. It's 8:11 tomorrow morning.
Oh my goodness, it's Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Christmas morning.
Oh. I did the mall Santa thing years ago when I was a kid.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was a fat kid. I was fat and tall. I was a big kid.
It's Christmas down under. That's right. Dewey's still with us.
It is Christmas down under. Oh, Dewey's still here. Okay. Yeah, I've spent the day on here yakking with you, Tommy. I enjoyed it though. I gotta tell you that.
No, I've been wanting to get up here on screen with you and talk with you a little bit, but usually when you're on, I'm at work, so I can just kind of sneak in and say hi every once in a while. And so I thought, well, you had mentioned yesterday that you'd be going live, and I thought, well, I can sneak in there and say Merry Christmas. And
I'm so glad you did. I'm glad you did. Internet finally got back. Okay, Dewey, good. That's good to hear. I don't know what we're gonna do on this cruise ship, but because Mommy told me, she's like, I'm getting the internet package, but you don't need to get one. I'm getting one, and that's all we need. Like, well, that sounds marvelously dictator of you, but whatever. I wouldn't mind sending our children some pictures and videos. She said, I'm already going to be doing that. What are you taking your toys and going home? What was in that Steve Martin movie? You're a chatty Cathy doll.
that was Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
That's the best Thanksgiving movie I know of.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you about Christmas movies too. Do you remember Christmas with the Cranks?
Oh, yes. In fact, I read the book. It's called Skipping Christmas.
I didn't know it was a book. I just cracked up when I saw Tim Allen in his Speedo.
Yeah.
And her in her bikini, her Daisy bikini, with their priest right in front of him. And the priest, Tom Poston, he was like, and he had this terrified look on his face. He played the part perfectly.
Yeah, they did a good job. And Dan Aykroyd was great in there too.
Oh, yeah. The block.
Hey, you're going to get that tree up? Or the snowman?
No, you didn't get your Frosty up yet.
You got to get your Frosty up there. We're all doing it, the whole neighborhood. We'll even help you. We'll come over there.
You sound just like him. But I tell you, that's a true Chicagoan.
Yeah.
That guy sounds just like Chicago.
He does. Well, they're from Second City in Chicago. That's where they got their start.
A lot of people don't realize that so many people got their start here at the Comedy Club. The Second City is very nice because whenever you go there and you see some of the new talent, you think, well, I wonder 10 years from now if they're going to be comedy stars in movies or of their own, circulating, what am I saying, traveling comedians, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Oh man, I smell pizza.
Oh boy, you got some din coming your way.
Mama's making something good, I think.
All right.
Unless I'm just fantasizing about a Christmas without pizza or something, maybe. The Christmas without a Santa Claus, wasn't that one of those? I watched those cartoons this morning on YouTube's. Remember the old Rudolph and Frosty the Snowman, and
Yes.
the one with Warlock, and the one with the Heatmeister, and the I'm Mr. Freeze. Oh,
Yeah.
someone's here. This is our friend. Good day.
Merry
There he is.
Christmas.
Hello there.
I would wish you a Merry Christmas. I don't know if you celebrate it, but Merry Christmas if you do, and if not, L'chaim.
Thank you. It was Hanukkah about 2 weeks ago, so
I
I will
trying-
take that.
I was trying to be nice last night, Tommy, and because I knew I screwed up as soon as I started to say, and you have a happy Hanukkah. Like, well, we
I'll,
appreciate
I'll take New Year anyway. It doesn't matter. Who cares? It's a holiday.
That's right. That's right.
Just
That was
bring the
one of the
stubbies.
best-
It's nice. It's nice living in Chicago because this is the largest concentration of Poles outside of Warsaw, and so we've got all the Polish holidays here, and this is a huge section of Jews live in Lake County, which is the county we live in, but it's more closely tied to the city, Skokie, Illinois.
Yep.
Yep. Huge population of Jews. So we got all the Jewish holidays. And then, of course, I'm a kraut mixture with the Mick mixture. So we got all the German and the Irish holidays. And can I just tell you, if you ever want to be around the biggest drinking party you've ever seen, you need to show up at Chicago when they dye the river green and they all start drinking and peeing in the Chicago River.
Now, Papa, I can understand something here because the mix that you've given, like you've got, not only have you got the Jews, oh my God, the food, then you've got the mix, and oh my God, the drink. No wonder you've had issues.
I got to tell you, though, I love the Jews' food. It's good.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm telling you,
Trust me, I do.
it's just good times. And
Oh, it is.
now I'm not a beer drinker, but I'm telling you, every person in this county, except me, is a beer drinker. It is crazy down in Cook County, down in Chicago proper, where the Chicago River winds around through there. They take a motorboat and go down through there spreading, it's orange powder. And when it hits the water, it turns the whole river green. And I'm sure it's
Oh,
wow.
safe. Yeah. But so they got this beer festival. Nobody drinks like the Irish. I'm telling you. And then the Germans, of course.
The Russians are pretty good at it. If you go to a Russian wedding,
But the Russians won't go for the beer. They'll go for the vodka. Let me
Yeah.
tell you, the potato water,
There's
unbelievable.
a thing called Jewel of Russia. If you ever get a chance, you'll thank me later. I don't recommend a whole lot of it. It doesn't take much. But it is quite Jewel of Russia. It is quite the national treasure of Russia.
So can I confess something to you?
Never. I don't have my collar on, but you can do that.
Never been drunk a day in my life.
Well, I used to think that about myself. But then I saw myself on film and realized that I was fooling myself. As the Styx song says, you're fooling yourself.
Yeah, no. I've never been drunk. For me, it's I know my limits. I'll take one drink, and then the rest of the time I'm on the soft stuff.
I don't drink at
So-
all. I've never drank either. I decided at a young age that I will not start drinking, and so I don't drink at all, ever. I never have.
Well, I had to find a way to be a good hypocrite. So I did start drinking and preached against it, but drank the whole time. So, but God dealt with me in his own wise way and spent, the better part of his day kicking my ass. The only difference between a Polish wedding and oh, that's right, Dewey's Polish, and a Polish funeral is one less drunk.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That is great. I love it.
That's right.
That's good stuff.
One less drunk. I will tell you though, there are Poles. That's the third language in Chicago. The second one is Espanol, and then the third one is Polish. And I get food every single week from the Polish deli, Anya's Polish Deli. They also make Ukrainian. They also make Russian. But most of the stuff I get like Hunter's stew. I get Kolachkis. Oh, I love my Kolachkis, Tommy. They got good bakeries up where you are, I know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Good pastry chefs. Ooh. Because I'm telling you, the Mexicans can make some good food. But here's a word of advice. No matter how much you love them and how much their food might look good, it isn't. Don't let them try. Don't let them try to give you any baked good.
Can he come in here with you?
No, I don't want him snarfing my pizza. Pizza time.
Nice.
But
Awesome.
the Mexican ladies, God bless them, they're so sweet. They work so hard in their kitchens, toiling to make the delicious bread, which is delicious when you heat it up and put a stick of butter on each one. But the pastries, not so much. You'll break every tooth in your head trying to chew one of their cookies. It's hard.
Now you gotta understand what these Mexicans have had to go through to actually make that bread for you, Papa. You know, many of them have had to work so hard, and it's purely because the white powder doesn't flow just as well there. They've got to figure out another way to put decent stuff in to make the food look and taste good.
Well, their bread is good. I will say that, and you can heat it up in the microwave, and it's one of those things that when you heat it up, it's just divine. Which means that you can actually freeze it, and then when you freeze it, it reheats just as nice. But the cookies and the pastry, it only looks good. They're pastry, like the people from Austria and Germany and places like that. They've got the lock, and Switzerland or France, they've got the lock on pastry. Find yourself a good French chef or a good Italian baker, although Italians typically are better with pasta and sauces. But even England, very, very good pastry. Very good.
I must confess, Papa, I'm surrounded by Jewish cooks. I'm stuffed.
I don't know how you don't weigh 900 pounds, John.
Well, I tried hard, but you do what you're told to do, like karate maybe, or trying to catch the boss or whatever. You know, run your own business. You get your own worries here, left, right, and center. It doesn't matter. We figure out ways to lose the weight.
Just wanted to come up quick and say a Merry Christmas from Burr, Chile, North Dakota. It's like 0 right now.
Good to have you. Thank
Hey,
you
Nick.
for checking in. We're
Yeah.
very thrilled to have you with us.
Yeah, and Sean, your Wednesday one is way too early. I miss that a lot this time of year.
That's all right. Wait until
Yeah.
daylight saving. Hate it.
Yeah, because right now it's 3 a.m. Well, the 3 Americans up here, we're all in the same time zone.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm right
right
on the
now-
outskirts. I'm right next to Mountain Time.
Oh, you are?
It's right now,
Yeah,
it's
if you think North
8:20.
Dakota is a rectangle, I'm in the northwest corner. I'm about 10 miles short of Montana, maybe 20.
Montana then. Okay. Well, you're on up there then. I didn't realize you were that far up.
Yeah, it's the opposite side of the state. It's Fargo. If my brother lived in Fargo, I would have driven. But since I'm basically 2 states away, I had to cross the whole state of Minnesota and North Dakota. I figured I'd take the train.
You just needed an excuse to get on Amtrak again, didn't you?
Exactly.
Probably. Yeah, but no, I wanted to tell all you guys up here Merry Christmas and everyone watching Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Good to see you all.
Yes.
Thank
Nice
you,
Thank
hat,
you.
too. I like your hat.
family.
And it's not just for the holiday, it works with my name.
There you
Now, by the way, folks, I just wanted to let you know that when Santa stopped over last night, we made sure that he was fully fed, fully
Vaxxed.
drunk. I mean, lubricated. So he will be on
I'm
his
just
way to
kidding.
you guys.
Yeah, but hey, I gotta go, guys. Good to see you. Merry Christmas.
God bless
Merry,
him.
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas, Nick.
He said he's fully vaccinated. Let's see what Jerry said. We grew up thinking funerals were supposed to be fun because there is a big party celebrating the life of the person passed. You know, we did too, Dewey, because we celebrated the person's life, not their death. We weren't thrilled that they were dead. We were thrilled because of the life they had led, and we were happy because they no longer suffered. When my mother passed, my wife told me, even though I can't remember this, but she said that we were, you know, that I gave her my blessing. I touched her and I put my head on her head and passed a spiritual thought through to her and said, it's time to go rest. I don't know if you believe in that type of thing. You don't have to. My family does, but it gave me a sense of closure, and I was glad that she was passing into no suffering. That's a beautiful thought when you think about your parents, and it's hard to watch them grow old. But you know, I always felt like it should be the other way around, and that as people get older, they should get better and better and better and better. But then at that point, we would beg God just to keep on living and keep on living. And we wouldn't think of God maybe as having us a heavenly reward.
So for you, Papa, Jewish tradition and law says when a person passes on, as a family, we are expected to mourn for 7 days in total isolation. Then after that, it's 30 days of mourning, but you get out a bit. And then after 12 months, if you're not back to normal life, there's something wrong with you. So we basically have like a 12-month period where you can mourn but get on with life is basically what it is. And you say, and when we talk to we don't send our condolences to a family member. We wish them long life, so that they may remember the previous person's good points and try and grow to become something similar.
I think the 30-day thing comes from the Old Testament, where
That's correct.
Is that where Moses passed and the people mourned for 30 days? No. I'm sorry. David lost his son, his baby.
Yep.
The baby that he had with Bathsheba. Is that correct? And then
Yes.
And then the baby died, and he mourned and mourned. It said he spent 30 days doing it, but then he got up, washed himself off, took off the sackcloth and ashes, and got dressed again. Went
Got on with life.
went downstairs, and said, "Let's eat."
Yep.
And that's exactly what they did.
You know what that
That's
kind of
correct.
reminds me of? This is going to sound a little bit strange at first, but if you ever saw Forrest Gump after
Yes.
his, I'm not.
What is going to come out of Tommy's mouth right now, God?
Well, what did he do after his mom died? He was sitting on the porch, and then he got up and he started running, and he ran across the country, and he ran across the country, and he ran across the country, and then all these people were following him, and he has this big long beard and everything, and then all of a sudden he just stops and he looks around, and I had enough running now, and he goes
Yep.
home. It reminds me of that.
Exactly
It's just
that.
At some point, you have to kind of go, okay, it's time to move forward.
To get on with life.
Yeah. Yeah. And so,
By the way, Tommy, have I told you it's a privilege to be sitting next to the two of you, having a chat. I always look at you and I go, why are you on at the wrong time? First of all, and second of all, when I do get in, it's brief.
Yeah, when you get that's because my hours are 12 to 9 Central Time, which it's pretty much overnight for you by the time I get off of work. And so by the time I get off work and can get home and fire up the live, then that's 10 o'clock Central Time when I can go live. It's too tough to do it in the morning before work, and I'm more of a night person. So if I go live, that's the time that I normally go. And so sometimes on the weekend, I'll fire up a live from driving in my car, or I'll just fire up one randomly during the day to give more people a chance that don't get to see me at night to come in. Or I'll do stuff like this. If Papa's on or somebody, I'll come on and shoot
I'm
them.
getting no notifications, Tommy.
You don't?
None. I don't know why.
There's a lot of people that say that.
It's not.
It's
A lot of
it's because YouTube is discriminatory. You know, they've learned
I would
how
almost,
not to like people.
I would almost buy what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, but I've had quite a few people say that they don't get my notifications, or some people get unsubscribed to me and then they have to resubscribe all the time. And
See, I just totally don't get that. I've got to go on here with Journey and the Gingers or something like that, because I know for a fact I was with them.
but
Journey
I think it also,
Gingers,
sorry.
Journey with the Gingers. Does anybody have Journey with the Gingers?
I haven't heard
Yeah.
of them. I don't think.
I think it's redheads that are mother and daughter. I think
Yes, it's mother-daughter who are gingers.
that's what it is.
Hannah and Laurie are their names.
Okay, I want to go to their channel and make sure. No, I'm not signed up.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and this is my mother, Lori.
Hannah and Lori.
Journey with the Gingers.
That's right.
We are a mother-daughter duo with
Nice channel.
family trips around the United States.
Looks nice.
So,
Tommy,
so Tommy,
they
are
look
you
like thing.
Tommy? Are you looking to join us on our group cruise in October?
No, I haven't done a cruise before. I'm not in the market to do that for a while. I like
Got
to
it,
go.
Tommy.
My next big place on my bucket list of places to go when I can get out from work and go do things is Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. I like to go to places. If you watch my videos, I go to places like Wisconsin Dells. I just got back from Branson. I went to St. Louis, and I like to go to different. I like the wax museums and the car shows and the festivals and the touristy things out at those types of places.
But you got to come this side of the world too, Tommy. I mean, you're a comedian, kinda, and you would love the Australian vernacular. You seriously would. You'd make bucket loads of video with bucket loads of viewing time. It would send you triple monetary on the way up the top there. You'd be a multi-billionaire.
I'd love to get to Australia. I've got quite a few friends actually that I've made that are from the Melbourne area, but I know that
Where I am.
that's where you're at too. I've got
Yep.
a handful of channels that I know that are from that area. And are you guys still on lockdown, or what's the deal?
Okay, so we can actually fly out of our state around the world. We just can't go on a cruise ship out of Australia. So in a fashion, we are, but we aren't, but we are, but we aren't, but we are,
Yeah.
but we aren't.
And as soon as you aren't, then you are again very shortly. after
Hey,
that.
you said it. This new variant has caused a few new regulations, like permanent masks now. So
Ugh, I hated that My gosh. It was even to the point where when we were at work, even at our desks, I work in a call center at a
Mhm.
bank. And so there was a point there in that whole operation. Now, I didn't mind so much if you leave your desk, you have to put on a mask in common areas and stuff. But for a while there, we had to wear a mask at our desk while talking on the phones. And I was like, oh, that's not,
Oh, that's hard.
it was terrible.
Attention, because
We have to use them. We have to use them during our day. We teach first aid, where we are, and so we have to be gloved up and masked.
oh my God,
Yeah.
slid out in traffic. They
That's-
slid in traffic and they took out the dumpster
It's
with them.
just, I can't wait until that whole thing is over with the masking part of it.
You know what? Here's the interesting thing.
Gotta go.
My understanding is, to all intents and purposes, this whole thing is over. The issue is there are people focusing on the wrong numbers. What they're focusing on is people getting sick. What they're not focusing on is people in ICU.
Right.
And that's the key difference.
And there's not as many people winding up in the ICU now. But since
Correct.
there is, we still got to freak out, apparently. And
Yeah, well, that's it, and that's the crazy thing. I mean, Australians 90. Well, yes, Papa, you're right. Australia is not well, but that works contrary, to be quite honest. Australia
for the
is
economy.
92% vaccinated and double vaxxed. Plus, we got the booster starting now, and you find that by having this lockdown issue. I don't know. It's crazy. The whole world's going nuts.
well, here's my thing: is that I went along with the vaccine. You know, I
Yep.
figure I've got a friend that's got some health issues that puts her in an at-risk group. So,
Yeah.
if I want to be able to hang out with her, which I do, I have to be vaccinated. So I didn't mind that at all. But one of the perks of doing that, along with just for that part of it, was that I figured, well, now that I'm not vaccinated, I don't have to wear a mask everywhere. And that's what they were doing, is they're saying, hey, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. We ask anyone that hasn't been vaccinated to wear a mask still when you're out. But it was just up to your own,
Discretion.
discretion. And so I was like, I've got my vax. And so now I can feel like I can not have to wear a mask and feel like, okay, I'm doing the right things here and don't have to feel guilty or anything like that. And now it's kind of starting to go back to, even if you are vaccinated, you should probably still wear a mask. And now I've been boosted. I've got the vax and I just got boosted on Monday. And so I feel like I've done every single thing that I can do. At what point can I walk around and not have to wear a mask anymore? And
that's one of the things, like, I'm finding so frustrating is they don't know, so they make up the rules.
and they always go on the most conservative side of things. They figure, we can't get sued if we tell people they still have to wear a mask.
And then they follow the guidelines of the medical fraternity, who actually have nothing to do with commerce. The medical fraternity are actually, okay, I would consider them to be altruistic, but to all intents and purposes, economies cannot survive on lockdown. They
No,
just can't.
not in any country.
No.
Well,
There comes a time when you got to get a widget working.
That's right. And we got widgets working there for a while, and now they're all sitting on the coastline. They can't get in because there's no truckers to take the things off the trucks.
Tommy, you're exactly right, Tommy. My wife and I went to the store yesterday, try to get some stuff. Almost everything was wiped out. And 2 days before Christmas, which would normally be a huge, huge bank day, we can't spend any money and we can't get our supplies because our supply line has been broken from the West Coast in that stupid Los Angeles, whatever they were pissing around out there for, we have no idea here in the Midwest. We're just hardworking, nice people. But I've had it up to here with that damn West Coast ruling our lives from, that whole corner of California. Sick of it.
Yeah.
I want to tell you something funny. One of the courses that we do is a course called Working at Heights. So we need something that we can actually climb up on top and do some training of. And I thought I'd go and buy a container that is no longer seaworthy. The shipping containers. Right now, to buy one of those shipping containers pre-pandemic, it would cost you maybe $200-$400. To buy one of those shipping containers now is $2,500.
God.
Man.
My goodness.
It's got a hole in it. You'd never use it for anything else.
You know what? People use those to build housing now, though.
I've seen those, Tommy, and they're really cool.
Yeah, they either get like 3 or 4 of them together, and they build a little living room and a bedroom. And those shipping containers have gotten a lot more popular over the last
You're not wrong.
handful of years. Yeah.
I've seen a couple of the houses where they put a few of those together. Once they get it all detailed out,
Mm-hmm.
it actually looks pretty good.
Yeah.
If I were by myself, I wouldn't hesitate to live in it, but that mommy ain't having that. But the one I saw was on, where was it? It was on a lake. Oh, it was on Norris Lake down in the eastern part of Tennessee, down not too far from Knoxville.
Mm-hmm.
Knoxville. I was going to tell you another place to go, Tommy. Oh, chili was invented in Cincinnati. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Oh, yes. And they've got a good chili out there with the cheese and the
That is
I want to try one of those.
Skyline or Gold Star, either one.
Mm-hmm.
They're remarkably similar. They use a little bit of cinnamon. You got to prepare yourself for a little bit different flavor. But it was invented there. Something else I thought was in Cincinnati. I don't remember what. I don't know. My fragile mind.
I want to get after like Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg. Then I want to start getting out to some of those East Coast, Ohio and Pennsylvania, Vermont, Virginia, in those areas. But it's tough because that stuff is just so far away from me. I'm kind of spoiled because I'm doing a lot of. I can drive down there, spend maybe a night in a hotel, if that. Do a few adventures and drive home. And
I don't know if you're into flowers or if you think your viewers might be. There is the Holland Tulip Festival in Holland, Michigan every spring.
oh, okay.
Ask the Google about it. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
Oh, bad.
Now,
That might be a little bit away unless you take the ferry across Lake Michigan. But if you have to drive down and around, it's going to be a pretty good hike, especially if you have to go through the city.
Yeah.
You don't want to go through Chicago if you don't have to.
Now, Tommy, let me tell you about far away, right? When we're coming to Miami or we're coming to Florida,
Mm-hmm.
we get on a plane at 11 a.m. on the 29th of September. We travel 19 hours.
Oh, my God.
We get off the plane at 11:20 p.m. on the 29th of October. Now, how do you figure that out?
Wait, which way?
All the time zone changes mess it all up.
Are you flying east or west, Sean?
Well, we're flying. We leave out of Melbourne, then we head out to Auckland, which is east,
New Zealand.
and
Okay.
then head up over that way. So we cross the date line.
There are some people who think it best to fly east over India, Pakistan, all that.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know that I would share that sentiment. I don't want to fly anywhere near Pakistan.
Pakistan, Iran, any of that territory there.
anything looks like a target.
Correct.
I think that
Now,
is-
when we come back, we still fly 19 hours, but we lose a day.
Yeah.
yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah, because of the time zone stuff. It's like hey, it only took us 3 hours to get from Australia to
know
but then it took us 3 weeks to get back.
I got enough high-powered medicine that would take care of that whole trip.
Yeah.
Papa, you know we're not supposed to take drugs.
I didn't say drugs. I just got high-powered stuff. It
Yeah.
would make me a better person and everybody around me better people. And I would place a special pad on the seat in case I had a little accident. I don't want to be, leaving any tinkle messes or anything. But my sister's going over to the Philippines tomorrow. And they've got a house over there. She's begged me to go. I don't remember my sister because this one's not my real sister. Apparently, she's been with me for 25 years. She's lived with us. She got our children for us. So, I mean, hats up to her, I guess. But she keeps wanting me to go over there. And I'm like, Sean, number one, I don't remember who you are. There's that. And then the fact that, I don't want to fly anywhere. I don't want to go anywhere that it takes 24 hours to get to. She's like, well, there's only one layover. I'm like, yeah, but it takes 14 hours to get to South Korea, which that flight flies right over North Korea. Hello, crazy boy. And then, going to land in South Korea, Seoul City, and then from Seoul City to Manila, and then from Manila to Cebu. And it's just, that's too much for me. My body is not built for that anymore. I've screwed it up. And she's like, well, you could stay for free. I'm like, honey, if it's a dog turd that's chocolate covered, it's still a dog turd. That's not I know I can stay for free. Thank you. That's very generous of you. But, if I can stay till the medics come, and they don't have medics in that country. So, what am I going to do? Just sit there and rot and let the flies come and eat me? Say, well, he was a good man, I don't want that.
Boy, you've
Well,
got a
you should
kind
try
of dark
it now.
view of traveling to the Philippines.
I don't know how I started on that tangent.
Last night, Ilana and I was sitting on the couch watching YouTube, and one of the things we were watching was plane spotting out of LAX, and the guy was announcing every flight. This plane has come a long way from Berlin. A long way. It's been in the air for 9 hours. I'm thinking you haven't been from Melbourne to Sydney or Melbourne to LAX yet.
Yeah.
Now, there are planes that fly from Melbourne to Chicago.
Yes.
Not that many,
No.
but if there's some of the big bodies, I don't think they make the L-1011s anymore. My God, those were wonderful, wonderful machines. And I know they're cutting down completely on the 747s. 747s, that's like
747s are still being used for cargo. They're still
The what?
being used for freight. The 747s, they're still using them for freight, which is what they were initially designed for.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I've ridden on them for travel and leisure, and they're wonderful for that. They're great.
Yeah.
Just wait. Someday you're going to be up in a SpaceX plane
Wow.
that's going to take you to Hawaii in about 2 hours.
That's right. G'day, Nate. Yes, I do actually send my friends that Vegemite. There's nowhere known. I'd have it myself.
He just smiled and gave me a Vegemite.
I have tried Vegemite when we were kids.
Yeah.
My mom's, because we had some neighbors that were from Australia, and they brought some Vegemite over to our house one time, and my mom says, "Go ahead and give it a try." It's like the Australian version of peanut butter.
No,
No,
And so
no.
when you go over there and you try a little bite of something that you think is going to be peanut buttery, kind of, oh my God. It was like, oh.
don't you hate
Listen,
it when your parents? Your parents just totally screw you on the deal. This will be peanut butter, you big fat liar.
you know what Vegemite is actually made from?
No, I have no idea, but it doesn't taste all
So-
that great.
No, it doesn't. It's very salty. The way they make Vegemite is it is the byproduct of making beer.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Bull.
So they make Vegemite, they put it in jars, and then they say, "Okay, put it on your toast." Now, the ideal way of eating it
Oh, I can tell you.
is on toast, but it's got to be very thinly smeared.
Mhm.
And most people go, "Let me try this," and take a spoonful, and no friggin' wonder they don't like it. Personally, I think it's axle grease, but anyway.
I
Yeah.
tell you how Vegemite should go. My daughter makes a bruschetta that is to die for, and it's thin bread, but she also tops it with different toppings for bruschetta.
Hmm.
What she will do if I ask her to, and she's never had Vegemite. I would like to have a little jar just to show her how to make it right. Put it on there a little bit, and then douse it with sun-ripened tomatoes and balsamic vinegar, and then put it back in the toaster oven for like 2 minutes. Not long at all. The toaster oven or the air fryer, either one. And that's actually very good. That's actually very good. It's not. It takes the sharpness out of the taste. I can't believe, Tommy, they told you it tastes like.
Well, she
Peanut
didn't
butter.
say it tasted
Forget
like peanut butter, but she said it's used in the same way that we would use peanut butter, meaning like putting it on toast. But
Hey,
but
Papa-
then I went thinking that it would be sweet like peanut butter or
Yeah.
something like that. But it was a far cry from what I was expecting.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Absolutely. But you never know, Papa. You might, on that group cruise, get a couple of things that, like the Vegemite and the Tim Tams and the other things that.
I'm not sure what to bring. I got to talk to Larry because according to
Just bring your budgie smugglers.
well, I know I've got my own swimsuits, but I still have probably 30 pair, maybe 40 of shorts. But my shorts are shorts. They're not longs. They're shorts. And I'm not talking about, up your butt shorts, but
Like the
smaller.
Lakers basketball shorts from the 70s.
Right. There you go. That's what they are. Although
Oh, we'll see your vital statistics then.
when you sit down, they're not like they don't show balls hanging out and all that, but they are very.
Papa Moses doing some double dribbling.
Yeah.
There you go. But I'm going to ask him if he wants some. I don't know who else fat and who else not. This is stuff from when I was like 400 pounds. So, and a lot of it is 3X stuff. Still has tags on it. Brand spanking new from Under Armour. And
What are you now?
220.
Amazing.
I've lost 200 pounds. Nate found that funny. Why did it go off of there?
You double clicked.
Oh, but no, I don't know. I don't have all those things built in. A lot of people, my parents never taught me that I was ugly. They rode me a lot about my weight, but it was never about image. It was always about my health. They were afraid I would have a heart attack, which I did. And they were afraid, I would die by the time I was 20. And I didn't. And I didn't die by the time I was 30. And when I was 40, they knew I was going to be dead because I had a weight loss surgery. I had a weight loss surgery at about 40. No, I was about 40. 44 or 45, and I had gastric bypass, and I just did real well with that, and I've kept it all off. Thank God.
So,
Yeah,
so
that's-
Papa, we want you to prove the whole family wrong for at least until 120.
You know, and that's funny, Papa, because your parents never taught you that you were ugly or anything like that, and it's strange because my parents always taught me that you were ugly. And I was like, "Who's this Papa Mozo? I don't even know this guy. Why would you tell me he's ugly? why would you tell me that?"
Oh, you didn't scare me with your poor old aging parents, did you, Tommy?
Yeah.
My God. They don't deserve that with their age. Have mercy on your poor parents, man. I'll be going around killing off old people. This is Mommy, make it stop. Mommy, make the rhino. The rhino's too close. Remember, what was that one? Black Sheep or Tommy Boy.
Tommy Boy, yeah.
When they make fun, he says, "Look, Mommy, the rhino's getting too close to the car." He's like, "All right, buddy, get out of there. It's go time. Go on, take your best way." Boom. That was funny stuff.
That was.
I don't know what we're gonna do when we get on the ship. I don't know what to do. I'm a good swimmer.
I know what you're going to do.
I
You're
am
going to have an awesome time.
I am going to haul out by the pool. No, you know what, Sean? I have determined to have a good time because my wife deserves it. She deserves me to have a good time.
Well, they're going to have shows on the cruise that you can go to. Right?
And I like those, but I'm rather picky because I did acting and singing for several years of my life. And
Mhm.
my idea of shows are on Broadway. And even on Broadway in Chicago, it's still Proline. It's still Proline up stuff, you know. Last
You'd
show,
be surprised.
But those cruises,
You'd be
you have to be
surprised.
pretty good to get booked on a major cruise line. So some of those acts.
I mean, I don't have anything to compare it to, I guess. I have cruised. The last cruise I went on was with my sister, rest in peace. And I got sick. And I told her, I said, I'm just going to have to go back to the room and sleep. And I made the mistake of going back to the room and lying down flat. Big mistake on a cruise ship. Never lie flat on a cruise ship if you're feeling sick. Finally, I realized, the error of my ways and sat up, went out on the balcony and sat on the chair with my feet propped up. Much better, much better. Plan B worked. So I didn't get to see any of the shows, but Pam told me that they were really good. And she has seen a lot of shows. She has spent a ton of time every weekend just about in the Branson area because she had a tour bus company. My sister owned a tour bus company.
Yeah.
She would take a group out of central Indiana, go to Branson for 2 or 3 days, bring them back. And the next weekend, same thing. So
That's a great gig right there.
it is. And she stayed out there for free because she was bringing 40 people to do business in their town. And
Mm-hmm.
they were very sweet to her. And she loved them. That lake out there, Mirror Lake. No, not Mirror Lake. What's the name? You know what I'm talking about? Stan Rock Lake? No.
No, Sand Rock is Wisconsin Dells.
That's right. Right. What's the crap? Hang on. I'll ask to Google. What's the name of the lake in Branson, Missouri? Table Rock.
Yes.
Explore Branson. Crystal clear water and
Wow.
hidden beaches. It's little wonder Table Rock Lake is one of the Branson's top destinations. Enjoy
That's beautiful.
fishing, sailing, water skiing, wakeboarding, camping.
What
hiking,
was her
sightseeing
name?
to this
Karen?
beautiful Ozarks vacation spot.
Branson Landing. Tommy, that's what I was thinking of a minute ago. My niece lives near that Branson Landing. Yeah, what is
okay.
Branson Landing is on Taneycomo in historic downtown Branson. Is also home to Branson Landing, a shopping, dining attraction, and lake excursions. Paradise complete with beautiful one-night lighted boardwalk and a fountain show. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's my thing. I like the. Did you ever? Well, I don't know. Did you ever see Dancing Waters? When it was, I saw it with Liberace when I was a boy, but I've seen Dancing Waters in 3 or 4 different locations, and that sounds like Dancing Waters. It's really pretty.
I had heard of that, and that is something that I wanted to do, but I just had so many things on the agenda. I didn't get a chance to do that.
To do what? The Dancing Waters or
Yeah,
Table Rock Lake?
whatever that water show is.
Downtown, Branson Landing downtown?
Yeah, I wanted to do that water show, but my God, I was doing 3 adventures every day, and
Ooh.
I wound up with 10 videos out of that from Friday and left Monday. So, or no, Tuesday I left. I don't remember exactly. Oh yeah, Tuesday I came home. So I went Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I came home.
That's okay.
sorry.
I mean, we love you, Tommy, even if you mistake Tuesday for Friday. We still love you.
Well, I was going to have the Friday off, but I couldn't get it off, so I took Tuesday off instead. So that it still worked, but it was just a little strange.
Tommy, have you ever been to the Lake of the Ozarks?
I haven't. I was not too far from the Lake of the Ozarks, though, in Missouri. I would like to go there too.
I would too, because of that show, Ozarks.
Yeah.
Excuse me, gents. I'm going to interrupt for 30 seconds.
Yep.
I'm going to call it quits. I need to go and take care of my princess. So I'm going to make her a coffee and get her up and ready for brekkie and all that sort of stuff.
All right.
All right.
It's been
See you.
It's been a pleasure talking to you folks. Have the most awesomest Christmas and take it easy.
You two do the same, and all your family. Your mom, your dad, your son. You going to get to see your son?
Unfortunately not. My poor boy is one of the statistics. He's going to get tested today. He thinks he may have the dreaded lurgy.
Oh.
The good news is he's got he's double vaxxed, but he's not feeling 100%. So
Yeah.
we'll see how we go.
Nate saying goodbye. Merry Christmas, Sean, from Nate.
Thank you, Nate. Take care, folks.
All right.
Have an awesome day.
Yes, you too. See you, Sean.
Bless you, friend. Tommy, I got to go. I've been on here right at 4 hours now. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I got to go too because I have to be with my parents in an hour and I haven't gotten ready yet.
I want to let you know Mammoth Cave in Kentucky. It is Kentucky. I'll tell you where if you want to make a note.
I've got it written down. Mammoth Cave.
Mammoth Cave is, I'm trying to figure out the exits you get off of.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll put it in my GPS. I like going on cave tours. Merrimack Caverns is my favorite one. That's in the St. Louis area.
That's nice. Mammoth Cave. Let's see. How about we're driving a car instead of walk? You'll never find, no matter where you go. Well, why isn't it showing this? The location is already on. Oh, there we go. 6 hours and 56 minutes from my house. Ooh, you're a pretty good distance from me.
Yeah.
You're like, how long are you from the Dells?
About 4 hours.
Well, then you're at least another 2 here. 5, 6, and 7.
Let's see.
Oh God, that's 13 hours, buddy. And
How
that-
far is it from St. Paul to Mammoth Caves in Kentucky?
The drive from St. Paul to Mammoth Cave is 790.5 miles.
11 hours and 31 minutes.
Yeah, well, that might have to be a 1-week tour. It's down there off of Interstate 65. I'm thinking.
That's my problem too with getting to Gatlinburg. How far is it from St. Paul to Gatlinburg, Tennessee?
Farther.
The drive from St. Paul to Gatlinburg is 982.6 miles.
It's 14 and a half hours. But you know how long it takes to fly there? 10 hours. You know why? Because it wants to take me to Orlando and then from Orlando into Tennessee and then rent a car. And you're still not even that close to Gatlinburg from there.
I will tell you, you can never get a good rate. That is one of those. There's 2 cities where you can never get a good flight rate: Knoxville or Mobile, Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to go into Knoxville, look around to possibly Asheville, North Carolina, or possibly not Durham, Charlotte, North Carolina. That's the next best thing. Otherwise, you're going to pay out the wazoo for a trip to Knoxville. I've tried that for 30 years. And then Mobile, if you need to fly into Mobile, that's a little easier because you can go either way 40 miles. You can go 40 miles west and get into Gulfport, Mississippi, or 40 miles east and get into Pensacola. And Southwest serves them both now. So good thing about Southwest, they include the bags. They're higher on their prices, but they include their bags, and that makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
My friend, it has been a true joy. This has been a Christmas gift for me. I'm glad you came up and talked with me and
Yeah,
shared.
absolutely.
It's always
This has been an absolutely great way to spend a Christmas Eve. I had no real plans or anything.
I didn't either.
And, I'd been wanting to kind of catch up and talk with you. I know you've been through a lot of health stuff over this year has not been wonderful for you when it comes to that stuff. But
2022 has to be better, right?
It has to be. And so I just wanted to come up here and wish you all the best here on Christmas and a happy new year and all that good stuff. And here's to a much better, healthier, happier new year.
Are you getting a question? I don't mean to hang you any longer, but are you getting any of, because I got a notification from my credit card saying that the credit card has been closed. And I think that's the one that I had my membership on for the mix.
Oh.
Can you check that out and see if you've actually received money from me? And it would be much, Tommy. I'm sorry.
If you haven't, it's fine. Let me just see though. Memberships.
I just hate to be under the assumption that it's going on, only to find out it's not going on.
Papa Mozo, let's see. Currently, it is not going on.
It's not being deducted?
No, you're not showing as a member. So whatever happened took you out of the membership thing.
Hold on.
It looks like.
Right. I'm going to fix this immediately.
Correct that mistake immediately. But I've never been worried about that, Papa Mozo. I hope you know.
Well, I know, but you know what, Tommy? You've always been very thankful. I mean, I've always been very grateful for your help and things like that. And I certainly want to give a little bit back if I can.
Mhm.
You've got 7,000 subscribers. Holy smokes!
You
Okay,
have it?
let me go. Now wait, where?
If you just go to my channel,
Right?
then kind of over to the right of my channel, there's a join button.
Join button.
I'll go to my channel and show you.
Oh, I see it.
Right under it says join,
Join. Okay.
and then it'll ask you which level of membership that you want to do, and then you can just choose the whatever the $4.99 one or whatever it is, and then
Now, do I hit renew membership or?
yeah, that's fine because you've been a member before, so it should be fine.
Renew membership, but I don't want it to go on that old card because I got a different card now.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, I'm gonna have to find that card. $4.99 a month on Discover. No. I need the one that ends here. I found it. That's cool. It lists all the cards that I have available.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's cool. Buy. Billing starts January 24th. Welcome. It's great to have you as a member. Okay, perks. See perks. Okay. I'll get back to the perks. Okay.
All right.
I tried this once or twice before and got screwed up with this, but I'm more mixed up than a fart in a fan factory. But anyway, I am on there now. I don't know if it shows up, but
It probably will if it doesn't already.
yeah, it showed up on here. It said thank you for whatever.
Awesome.
I wanted to do you, and there was another channel. One channel I was going to sponsor, but they have like 100,000 members. I'm like, do they really need help? You know,
Yeah. Yeah, it gets to that point where it's like, well, come on.
I mean, they're full-time YouTubers and making a living for it. I certainly don't begrudge them. I'm happy for them, of course, but
Absolutely.
I don't think they need the help, as it were. So, but anyway, I'll be on here, as much as I can.
Mhm.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to be on here any tomorrow. We've been invited to my sister's house. I don't know if I have the strength to go see her. But if I am, fine. If not, fine. But if I don't see you, you and all your family, do you have children, Tommy?
I do not. Mm-mm.
Okay. Are you married or no?
No. Mm-mm.
Well, you want me to send you a girlfriend? Now
No.
I'm retired from an all black church, so now I can
No.
see somebody, but they're going to be a little
Once
dark.
I turned 50, I said, that's it. We're done with that search.
no more trying, right?
No. I figured by that time, I'm beyond the point where I want to start a family. I don't want to start a family when I'm 50 years old. And, I've also lived my life as a single guy, going and doing whatever my habits and things are that I do, without being in a relationship. It's what I'm used to. And I said, you know what, if it doesn't happen by the time you're 50, it's just time to say, this is my life. We're going to be just a single guy. We're going to do Tommy Travels Adventures. That started just before I turned 50. And we're just going to enjoy life and have fun. And that's it. And so
that's how the longer you've been on was like 3 or 4 years.
yeah, it'll be 4 years, I think, in March. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, you've done well for yourself, buddy.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Well, you and all your family have
Yes.
a very, very Merry Christmas
Yes.
and a very Happy New Year.
Absolutely. It was an absolute pleasure hanging out with you here today, Papa. It was just a wonderful way to spend a Christmas Eve. And you just have the best time over there. And I'm sure I will be seeing you around very soon.
I thank you, my friend. You're always a blessing to me.
All right. I'll hop on down here and then you can wrap it up and I'll see you next time.
Okay. Bye-bye.